Welcome back, race fans, to the PCA24 here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans. 2 hours and 35 minutes remain for our teams, drivers and crews as they head towards completion of one of the greatest challenges in motorsport, a 24-hour race. And, well, there's nowhere more synonymous with 24-hour racing than here at the Le Circuit de la Sarthe. And really, no other brand more synonymous with this wonderful venue. Porsche, more victories than any other manufacturer overall, 19 wins. And in this race, well, we've got 3 different classes of Porsche, the GTPs, the GTEs, and the GT3s, all battling over this 24-hour period. My name is Peter Mackay, ready to take you on the run to the flag here with the Porsche Club of America 24-hour, and joining me from across the Atlantic, just north of the border in Canada, it's Justin Prince. Justin, welcome. And how are you feeling in this final stretch of the race?
Well, thank you very much, Peter. I'm feeling pretty ecstatic to see how these teams are going to play things out over the next 2+ hours to close out the races. Already seen a lot of fierce battling on screen, for example, for third. A lot of these teams coming down to the home stretch and all their preparation. For a lot of the teams overnight, it was quite simply just follow the script and hope it stays alight. Others trying to make up for the mistakes from earlier on, so it's almost to where it's a rotation at this point of, will these plans work out for some, or will it become a defensive slugfest like we're seeing on screen?
Slugfest is definitely one way to put it. This is the battle over the last step on the podium. Phoenix Racing in the silver, blue and red Porsche GTP car being hunted down by the yellow and black car as they come through Indianapolis now. Indianapolis 1 and then 2. Solpeck Racing in the 111. Jesse Lyon trying to get a move done on Thomas Briggs here. The pace-wise, it was just in the favour of Phoenix Racing last time by 0.3 of a second, but ultimate pace, that Solpeck car has about 9/10 of an advantage on the absolute fastest lap they've done so far in this race. So they rush up towards the Porsche curves here. 2.5 hours to go. It's going to be side by side now. So go into the first section of Porsche curves. And Jesse Lyon just has to back out of it there as Thomas Briggs in the leading silver, blue and red car just tipped it into the corner there, and before you know it, you're already through the Porsche curves, through Corvette corner, and then into the final couple of chicanes here. Very technical part of the circuit. Already Thomas Briggs on the headlight flasher to the GT car up ahead, seeing 2 very rapid prototypes coming through as Jesse Lyon trying to pick the pocket there, coming through the traffic, but looks like they should be able to dispatch one of the GT3Rs before making it through Dunlop Curve and then up towards the opening chicane of the lap. But this is what we've come to see, JP. 2.5 hours to go. They've been racing for 21.5 hours, and, well, you could put a piece of paper between them for that battle for the podium.
Yeah, and right now it's already looking like the Precision Racing entry just getting extremely aggressive at this point, knowing they've got no one within 4 laps of them to lose the spot at this point. It may as well go for broke. This is going to be the best opportunity to finish on the podium right here at this point. It might come down to strategy, if anything, depending on how things go here, because this is almost getting too uber aggressive with 2 hours and 30 minutes to work with.
They're fairly similar on stints. The Phoenix car is 6 laps into its stint. The Solpeck car is 4 laps into its stint. The Phoenix car is 6 laps into its stint. We expect with the GTP cars to do 12 laps. So once they come into the pits, we'll get more of an idea of how it's going to play out strategy-wise. Tyres can be fitted while the fuel is going in on these cars, but will they both have the same number of stops heading in there as they're rushing down the hill towards the second chicane now on the Mulsanne? And here's the move then. It's the Solpeck cars. Oh, a little bit of contact there as they come through the chicane. They've got the Lost in Pace RSR up ahead of them, and very clever there for the number 12 of Thomas Briggs, which actually boxes in the Solpec car behind the RSR, nowhere to go, and Phoenix take third place back again. This is fantastic stuff. They're both jinking about on the straight, trying to, well, for the number 12 Phoenix car, trying to break the slipstream to the car behind, and for the Solpec car, trying to follow the car in front as closely as possible, trying to get that slipstream benefit, weaving back, forth, to head for the run down towards Indianapolis. Oh, this is very exciting stuff, and this is something where 24-hour races are so special when you've been racing for such a long time and it comes down to a dogfight like this. It's just so much more intense, so much more. You know, if you have a fight like this for the podium in a 20-minute sprint race, it's great, but after 21.5 hours of racing, the stakes are just so much higher. And now, JP, a huge amount of traffic up ahead of them.
We're already seeing blinking lights already to some of the traffic, just with how much they're weaving and bobbling, trying to give the signal of, okay, I need the space, please give me the space when I get there, kind of thing. And right now, these drivers are using all of the tarmac and using all of the pavement on the racetrack as possible as to go to the Porsche curves here. This is going to be where you need to have your be heads up. That's not heads up, that's going to be traffic slipping and sliding it. Yeah, a lot of aggression through all this traffic, though, Peter, seems to be the main focal point right now.
Yeah, it seems to be. Yeah, it seems to be, JP, that it just a little mistake there from the Phoenix car, and that was a late block there, I would say, coming out of the Porsche curves, and the Phoenix machine there of Thomas Briggs flashing the lights to warn the GT cars in coming through, and they do. They both make it through just about. And then up to start another lap. 2 hours and 28 minutes to go. Remarkable. Both teams have used all their fast repairs. So this is all or nothing for them. If they have an incident now, they will have to take that repair. They will have to sit in the pit lane and get that repair, and the chances of a podium will be gone. So this is really playing for keeps now between Phoenix Racing and Solpec. ST Racing Esports, well, in GTP, they've had well, not the best start to the race, it must be said. The 38 car being involved in an incident with the Scuderia Chicken House car and having to fight back from multiple minutes down. They lead the race right now, that 38 car, 2.5 minutes or so ahead of their sister car, driven by Cameron Martineau. So they're a little bit further up the road. But again, any problem at all for them, and it's, you know, it's gonna punish them. It's gonna punish them for sure. In GTE with the RSRs, it's very tight as well. The Matrix Bronze are the 55 leads, but only by 3.4 seconds. At the moment, the chasing car, the Imperial Motorsports car, is about halfway through its stint. It's coming up for halfway through its stint, so it's going to be very tight there if they both go home on the same number of pit stops, because if they can, that means that that is a real gap, that 3.2 seconds.
Yeah, and that's going to be part of the strategization, so to speak, right? When it comes to all of it. I mentioned this in the last stint I had, where you're basically, in most years, thinking, can you try and cut out a pit stop, for example? It really takes the full race to plan things out, and when talking with some of the teams previously during the second broadcast segment, should say, a lot of the teams have planned things out to the letter on the spreadsheets. So at this point, the bet's made, the strategy's made. If you made any mistakes mathematically on the way, well, there's not much you can do to course correct at this point. You just have to race where your position's going to be ending up on the racetrack potentially. You might not even know it now, depending on the field numbers, till the very end.
I think that fuel-wise, it's going to be hugely interesting to see where we end up in that GTE category, because it's going to be very tight for that number 7 car, the Imperial Motorsports car, where they shuffle out. We are expecting that, but the RSRs all race long have been doing 14 laps on a stint. I mean, if you call it, say, a 3-minute 30 from 3-minute 30 average at this stage of the race, it's what are we looking at there? That's a very, very tight margin. As I try to do quick mathematics in my head, I shouldn't be trusted with that, JP.
Well, here's the one thing though, Jesse Lyon, he's continuing to make these brave moves on screen, and eventually you'd have to think the pace will win out. You can only hold up a driver for so long defensively before it either leads to the pass or it boils over. And at this point, Lyon is making it clear he wants to go and wants to go fast in this GTP battle, but just not enough space on the racetrack to do it.
No, I mean, it's highly, highly defensive driving from the Phoenix team. They know that, I think, if Jesse Lyon gets by and gets some clean air, he'll be gone. So they're trying everything to keep him at bay and doing a good job of that. But I really agree with you that it's either it's going to end one of two ways, and yeah, it sometimes can boil over where the frustration can set in. But there's still plenty of time to go. 2 hours and 24 minutes. In terms of, fuel strategy wise, they are, there's a couple of laps between them. So the Solpec car has got another 2 laps of fuel on board at this point. So that could play a factor into whether they can either save a stop entirely or at least have to stop for less time at their final stop. So Solpec in a decent position, even though they'd quite like to get by the Phoenix team right now. Looking at the times, you're about 49 minutes on a stint for the RSR. As a pro, we're going to get a box in here, are we? Oh, that was very respectful there from the Solpec car. The Solpec car could have crowded that number 12 car out and really boxed him in, but didn't do so, gave the racing room. That's very respectful there as they're side by side now, coming down the hill towards Indianapolis, and the Solpec car goes through. Can Phoenix fight back with that number 12? They're going to try as they go Jinx to the outside and then to the inside, but Solpec hang on. Brilliant stuff there from Jesse Lyon. Now, JP, will we see Solpec pull away?
Well, right now they've already pulled away by 2 car lengths at least. So I think at this point, if you have so many pokes like that for Solpec Precision Racing and get alongside so many different times, you have to think they have the raw pace right now. I think they just have the faster car right now, and that's been emphasized right now just by since the pass. It's already almost a full second up. That car absolutely getting held up, it seems, in the midst of that battle, and just saying, we want to go, we want to secure a podium here.
Yeah, Solpec, as soon as they got that clean air, they're gone. And I think, it's going to be a big push now to just at least for a few laps to try and break the tow. Because if Phoenix can hang on with that silver, blue and red car, if they can hang on, they'll get the slipstream, and that will kind of tow them along, and they'll stay there in the fight. But it seems that Solpec have a lot more pace underneath, is visibly already pulling away from the number 12 Phoenix car.
Yeah, remember, when it comes to Precision, they race in a lot of different series, and of course, have the connections in the past with Precision Racing League, now picking up sponsorship, so to speak, in recent times here, right? So they've got a deep roster. We've seen that also come into play in GT3 a little bit, because their GT3 entry is closing in on full send after all things, after dropping back a little bit during the race. This is where, remember, a lot of the drivers from mistakes early on. By this point, you're expecting the full recovery results to be really starting to come into dividends for some of the drivers if you've made any mistakes earlier on. And right now, I think we're starting to see that, especially in the GTP battle.
I tell you what, in the GTE battle, it is going to be so tight. on fuel for the number 7 Imperial Motorsports crew, driven by Ed Eisenring at the moment. This car you see on screen right now, they are right on the bubble of making it home on 2 pit stops from here. Right on the bubble. They, at the moment, they're about halfway through their stint, and then once they get to that pit stop, the next pit stop, it will be much clearer whether they can make it or not. If they can, that means they're on the same number of pit stops to the end as the leading car in class, the 55 Matrix Bronze. That in essence means that that gap of 4.7 seconds is pretty real. Yes, the Matrix Bronze team have a little bit in hand. They can easily get home on 2 pit stops, so they can go full rich. But and of course will not need quite as much to fuel up on their last stop. But Imperial Motorsports, they are right in the mix. Make no mistake about it. Pace-wise, not quite running the same pace as Matrix Bronze, but one tiny error, one spin, one even half spin from Matrix Bronze, and Imperial Motorsports are right there.
And mind you, this is with the pit stop at the 55 about a couple laps ago, I think it was. So right now, in terms of the strategy cycling, Ed just needs to get rolling. Just simple as that, right? You just need to hit your marks and focus ahead, because it's all the way just up the hillside towards the Mulsanne Straight and to the chicanes to be able to just close up right now. So for Imperial, that was one of the ones that comes to mind from early on in the race, where everything was going to plan in the middle of the night. This is exactly to the plan, right to the numbers that I think they were referring to be able to make sure they got their exact fuel mark to the T here and not have to panic about the strategy, because as long as you trust the data, the fuel is going to be likely there. It seems to be that case now.
Yeah, that's right. They'll have the fuel. They'll know the fuel number of what they've got to do to keep to get to the end. Because if they get to the end on 2 pit stops from here, that will be the same as the leading car, the 55. It has 2 pit stops to the end as well. That we can say for sure, or at least 2 scheduled pit stops. So in GT3, it's equally tight. In fact, even more tight actually with Full Send Racing. They sit just 11.8 seconds ahead of Solpec Precision Racing, and they both pitted on the same lap last time by. So that is a real battle as well. It's remarkable when you look at how tight the 24 Hours of Le Mans was this year. It was very impressive, but there was safety cars to reset the field. There was, the field was bunched up with stuff like that. You look here, there is no safety car. There is no bunch up on a full course yellow. This is absolutely pure speed, pure racing. If you lose time, that's it. You don't get it back again. So, I mean, to see not just one, but 2 classes on relatively similar program, one within 3 seconds and one within 12 seconds, that's remarkable.
Yeah, and in particular, I think it's significant that it's been a big close-up, too, from the Solpec Precision car. I was referring to a bit with the GT3 entries in the past a little bit, because they were far back, like 20, 30-plus seconds for a while. Now with David Mendonca behind the wheel, they're in full push mode to get up to Sean Ryan, and Ryan and his team have just been outright dominant throughout the nighttime, I've noticed so far for Full Send. They've been able to dial in what they've needed to get dialed in for this race car here perfectly. Not bad for a team that normally is good in touring cars rather than in the Porsches. They've just dialed this car perfectly for GT3 today.
They have. Yeah, they've been around a long time, Full Send Racing. They're very eye-catching paint scheme has graced the virtual track for many seasons now. And Sean Ryan doing a good job of just running consistent. It's difficult when you've got someone of David Mendonca's caliber running you down, but you just got to keep on hitting your marks and keep keep those laps ticking over. 2 hours and 16 minutes. You know, if you took on a 2 hour and 15-minute race in iRacing, you'd be pretty tired by the end, and being able to run a race like that without making any mistakes, you'd be pretty pleased. Well, these cars, these teams, these drivers, they've been going in a relay system for 21 hours and 45 minutes. Now, Sean Ryan coming into the pits here. Yeah, that's right on. That's right on schedule. 13 lap stint. In he comes, hits his mark. The Le Mans hooter blasts as he comes into the pit lane. Now, will we see a driver change here? Will Sean Ryan jump out of this 222 Full Send Racing Porsche GT3R? Up on the jacks it goes. So that means new tyres going on, and it is indeed a driver change. So Paulo Carvalho jumps on board. There's the chasing car, ominously coming into the pit. Solpec Precision Racing. Will they leave David Mendoca in the car or not?
That's a big question, because I think Mendoca's got the pace, especially to close up for Paulo. This is one of their top drivers at this point, trying to just make sure they put the Gold Star driver in the car to regain a lot of the time here, close things up based on the rotations. It's going to be a lot of pressure, but so far, so solid through the pit strategy here, at least for the 222.
Yep, all the pit work done in timely order there. Out to the end of pit lane and open up that 4.2 litre flat six. Of course, in its very first 24 hours of Le Mans, this Porsche 992 GT3R winning in the hands of Manthey Racing. So off to a very successful start at the Circuit de la Sarthe in the outdoor world. So Paulo Carvalho then taking on the next stint with 2 hours and 13 minutes to go. There's a possibility we could see him in till the end of the race. So is there a driver change in the... yes, there is. Solpec Racing, they have installed Ray Kingsbury into that machine. Pit stop wise, almost nothing to separate them. Full Send were in the pit box for 0.2 of a second less, albeit their overall pit time, they actually dropped 0.3 of a second. So Full Send, so Solpec have actually got on their in and out of the pits. They've gained half a second there, JP.
Yeah, I was about to say, good pit entry, absolutely, for them. Sent a little bit more speed in to be able to gain just about a second, if anything, actually. But interesting choice to put Ray in. He has a lot of road experience in multiple different series. SimCar comes to mind, for example, for Ray Kingsbury, because he's one of the main people over in that admin group. That league started originally by Blake Reynolds, the former eNASCAR driver and company. So for Kingsbury, not a bad choice. It's going to be a big test now, though. Can Ray find that giddy up and find that pace that Mendoca was putting down beforehand?
Well, it's thrilling. It's really thrilling. We know that both cars will need two scheduled pit stops to the end of the race. Now, Paulo Carvalho just coming through and out of Mulsanne, as Kingsbury now coming into Mulsanne as well. There's 10.2 seconds between them right now. Absolutely wafer thin gap in the context of a race that's been raging on for 21 hours and 50 minutes. Quite something. Into the pits from 4th place then comes the Phoenix Racing number 12 in GTP after a 12 lap stint. That's right on the marker. Phoenix Racing coming in, and that, that 43 minutes, that's going to be probably is that going to be 2 or 3 pit stops to the end? I think that's 3 pit stops to the end.
Yeah, based on the math, that's about 40 times 2, 80 minutes. That, give or take, is about an hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, going to be at least the 3 pit stops here to make it, in theory, if the math checks out. So at this point, too, looks like Briggs going to be in the car to try and close things out for them. But this really opens up the door for Solpeck to run away like they were doing before and build up a buffer with their pit strat.
Yeah, Solpeck, I think, could be very, very tight. Because they've got 2 more, by my reckoning, they've got, 2 more laps left to do, which would be just less than 7 minutes, so 2 hours 3 left on the clock. Oh, I think they'll just make it on 2 stops. So Solpeck, yeah, you're right, JP. I think the Solpeck have got that ace card in their pocket where they don't need that 3rd stop, whereas Phoenix do.
Meanwhile, though, look what's happening with Imperial. They've gained about 2-3 seconds in the past 10 minutes. So Ed has bound a ton of pace here. McNeely struggling with some of the heavier fuel load possibly right now.
Great spot. Yeah, Shea McNeely leading the race in that category. Is 4 laps into the stint. Imperial Motorsports 10 laps into the stint of Plan 14. So yeah, the fuel load is now coming down for Imperial Motorsports. One thing to bear in mind here, which is really important for strategy and time spent in the pits, is that the GTP and the GT3 cars, they are allowed to fit new tyres while fuel is going in. So effectively you get a free tyre stop. In the GTE category with the 911 RSRs, they do not. They have to put the fuel in, and then it's the decision of the team and the driver, do they put tyres on? And if they do, they of course spend more time sitting still in the pits. So that, I think, is something that could really play a factor in this this very, very tight battle in GTE, because Le Mans it's not a high tyre wear circuit, I wouldn't say, GP.
Yeah, not per se. Interestingly enough, all the cars, mind you, now on the platform have the new tire model, new damage model from the last build, I believe, in terms of the tires. That was something that was between the classes previously, so to speak. But in regards to the tires themselves, on the road side, they don't burn off a lot in that. As long as you know how to maintain them, run smooth, consistent laps, don't lock up the brakes, don't outright push, don't have an overly aggressive setup on tire wear, you can make a double stint work in many cases. So it's really just how did you set up the car, and how in turn are your drivers handling said car for how much tire wear you get. It's a tire model that, at least from my opinion, if you chew up a lot of tires, if you press too hard on the brakes, if you try and push for too much rather than think big picture and try and save the tires long term, you're not going to get as much tire life and end up having a ton of fall off compared to those who are the masters of keeping consistency between the laps.
It's fascinating. It's really fascinating. Looking at the pit stop times from the previous stops, it doesn't look like either Imperial or Matrix, your leader, put tyres on at last stop. It looks like they've just put fuel in. So that's fascinating. Really fascinating stuff. So the gap is coming down all the time. This is your battle for the lead in GTE between Matrix Bronze and Imperial Motorsports. So yes, Imperial Motorsports will be coming into the pits soon, or in the next few laps. Where are we looking now? So yeah, 3 laps to go. but we believe it's right on the edge of whether Imperial can get home on just 2 stops from now, because that would be the same as Matrix, therefore making them very, very close on strategy with one another. But I think as well, JP, here, this is perfect for Imperial Motorsports, because if they can get in here behind Matrix, they've got an option now. They can either try and make their life difficult, or they can, if they're tight on fuel, they can actually get a bit of fuel saving done here.
I was about to say, yeah, they can just end up going with maybe the lift and coast method in the draft, not have to push so hard once they get fully in the slipstream range, like I would say comfortably within the second. Right now, this is not really doing much in terms of the distance for that fuel save, no. So right now, I think they're in the popcorn seat. They're in the perfect spot to pounce if they win so choose. It's just going to be after their pit stop coming up here pretty soon in a few laps time. It's going to be a question mark on will they be in the same spot, or better yet, would they cycle to the lead with how things go for when Matrix pits, etc. You're setting up that next back end of the run right here, right now, and when you get to the front end, that's when I think you're going to see a lot of push to try and get ahead of Matrix here while making sure they don't fall off the fuel number.
Well, that's it. The fuel number is everything, isn't it? Because if they don't hit that 2 stops from now, the fight is you're then relying on a mistake from Matrix. If they cannot make that 2 stops from now, their game is done, really, if everything stays equal. So they have to make it 2 pit stops from now, otherwise that's it. So this is proper cat and mouse stuff between our leader 55 Matrix Bronze and Imperial Motorsports number 7, your car on screen right now. Quick update on GT3, and the gap is coming down. Solpec Precision Racing in second. They're just nibbling away at that gap. It's now down to 9.3. It was just about 10.5 when both of those cars came out of the pits. Speaking of Solpec, their GTP car looking good right now, in third in class and overall, of course, and looking comfortable, I would say.
Yeah, big gap, big separation, no major panic right now, I think, at this point. Pat Pelchat, also a very solid driver to put in. Normally see him in GTs. He's still going to be difficult to keep up with now at this point, as long as he doesn't make any major mistakes. I think Solpec Precision Racing might be in line, mistake free, I'm saying, at least, to get a podium. That's not trying to get the commentator's curse set out before anyone says anything, just saying Pat's in a perfect spot right now.
Yeah, very good spot to try and take it home. Just over 2 hours to go, so we could well see Pat Pelchat take this number 111 car, excuse me, to the end of the race. Ed Eisenring then for Imperial Motorsports. He's getting closer. How close? Yeah, 0.8 of a second, and you said it, JP, that's the magic number now. Yeah, make that 3/4 of a second. He's right there in the draft. You can see on our relative there, you can just see the time just coming down all the time. That is the slipstream effect. That's the real effect of how that Matrix car punching a hole in the air ahead just takes the air resistance off. And look at that, Ed Eisenring just popping out of the slipstream there. Just make sure he doesn't get too close, doesn't want to get tangled up with the Matrix car. And I'm not getting any impression just yet, JP, that that Imperial car is in a really keen mood to get by. I think the fuel saving might be actually more advantageous here.
Yeah, I think so, knowing that the pit stop's coming up here. There's no major urgency, as I said. The next strategy point, I think you'll see a little bit more of it if it's still the same type of positioning. By the time both drivers finish up pit cycles, separated by about 30 minutes or so, give or take here. So at this point, Ed just has to say, it's time for the big picture game. Let's try and ride in the draft, try and save. don't miss the corner while trying to follow in the tire tracks like we just seen there and get a slowdown, because now they just got one.
Oh no. Oh, that's terrible timing for Ed Eisenring. So what happened there was Ed Eisenring ran over track limits and ran over it so much that iRacing, it basically automatically polices itself, where it will give you a penalty based on the amount of cutting of the course you do. That doesn't mean you have to cut the inside of the corner, you can do it on the outside as well, and it will tell you have to slow down for a certain number of seconds. That is exactly what happened there, and that that kills that opportunity to get some kind of free fuel saving done there, and in turn drops 3 seconds to the leading Matrix Bronze car. So Shea McNeely in that Matrix Bronze machine will just be breathing a sigh of relief after that.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, talking about some of those on the strategy games, Master CF Foundation Racing Machine battling with Opmo right now. During the night, interestingly enough, Fendi Racing announced that their two teams, they decided to support Opmo during the race itself. So Opmo picking up some more charity support during the racing itself this evening.
You hear Tyler Gilmet there just dropping out the gas, just trying to save fuel. See the little Canadian emblem on the tail fin there of the car. So this is your battle now. Yes, it is. This is your battle over 5th position. So Tyler Gilmet right there behind Derek Cyphers. Pit stop wise, Operation Motorsport, the 22 car, they're in a good spot. They've just taken a pit stop, whereas the car ahead, the Master CF Foundation racing car, the cystic fibrosis fundraising car, is 6 laps into the stint, so about pretty much halfway through the stint right now in the GTP class.
Yeah, and this thing coming to mind when it comes to Derek was he seemed very optimistic about this and big about the charity portion of this event. And that's one of the main things that a lot of the drivers have talked about. Even in the midst of battles like this, when you have teammates from the champion in motorsports racing scene, CMSRacing.com should say, in those battles so far. The main talking point for a lot of people during this is quite simple. James Andrew put this perfectly, one of the drivers in the field. If you see the end, you did well. If you had fun along the way, it was worth it. If you learned what to avoid in the future, it was valuable. And a lot of drivers have emphasized that mindset with this event, where you have to treat each other with respect and also remember it's for a good cause.
It is, yeah. I think that's something where motorsport and indeed all sports can have such an impact. It's not just that cystic fibrosis car raising money. Many of the teams, of course, with their with causes that they're raising money for. The first of which is the Alzheimer's Foundation of America, and you can join us in supporting the Stallions racing team, backed by Charlie Mobile at the PCA24 Le Mans race event. The donations will benefit the Alzheimer's Foundation of America and Operation Motorsport. Make a difference for those affected by Alzheimer's and support our veterans through motorsport rehabilitation. 2 great causes. Donate today and also cheer on the Stallions racing team as they race for a cause. You can see how to donate there on your screen. alzfdn.org/donate. Alzheimer's is something that's affected many of us around the world. Also, as we're racing for the American Cancer Society, Champion Motorsports is excited to be in this Porsche Club of America 24-hour with 2 GT3 cars, and they are supporting the American Cancer Society. These teams will be making a donation on behalf of their entries, but they'd also like to encourage other competitors and anyone tuning in to the race. If you're tuning in right now on RaceSpotTV, jump in and donate. Donate.cancer.org. There's nobody really on earth who hasn't been affected by cancer, either themselves or by a loved one. It's a cause that's so close to many of our hearts, and from personal experience, I've met some people who are involved at the front line of research, and it's an ever-going battle. So a great cause there. Donate.cancer.org. The American Red Cross, Code Red, needs you to help raise funds for the American Red Cross, and they're very modern. They've got a QR code, so just put your mobile phone up to that screen, and that will take you right there for where you need to go. Just as Team Code Red have been taking on the challenge of developing a new challenge class for drivers in the Porsche Club of America ranks, they also help the American Red Cross as they take on the challenge of disaster relief, distribution of life-saving blood, and providing life-saving training and certification. A very, very valuable service indeed. Whether you or a loved one has given or received blood, taken a babysitting, CPR or lifeguarding class, or even received aid following a home fire, hurricane or wildfire, you know your donation is vital to continue this valuable mission. So scan that QR code and donate to the American Red Cross. We mentioned the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. A very close friend of mine, his little niece has contended with cystic fibrosis her whole life, but thanks to the efforts of that charity, she lives a happy life now. The 17 car in today's race invites you to support that Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. Derek, their team manager, has two boys, Oliver, who's 7, and Owen, who's 4. They were both born with cystic fibrosis. And thanks to the foundation's efforts, this disease that used to have a life expectancy of less than 30 years a couple of decades ago, we're right on the brink of finding a cure for it. The team want to raise $2,400, so scan that QR code. They're very modern too. Go up to onto your screen there, scan the QR code to help them reach their goal and contribute to a future where cystic fibrosis is a thing of the past. What a wonderful world that would be. Together we race towards the cure. If you're not QR code equipped, you can go on passion.cff.org/PCA24. Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, another race against cancer team initiative. The 668 car invites you to support the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Michael, one of their drivers, was named after his uncle who passed away due to blood cancer. The Leukemia Lymphoma Society aims to research blood cancer and to support those who are currently dealing with it. So funding the LLS, the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, will move forward the effort to cure blood cancer. The team aims to raise $1,000 during the race, and together we can find a cure for blood cancer. So do give your support to them. Again, scan the QR code on your screen. And finally, Operation Motorsport. This is an amazing initiative. Join in supporting veterans Matt Smotherman, Tyler Gilmette, and Greg Meismer, who served for the US Army, the US Navy, and the US Marine Corps, respectively, as they pilot the number 22 Porsche hypercar on your screen right now in this inaugural 24 hours of with the PCA. Their goal is they want to raise $1,000 to support Operation Motorsport. It's a non-profit organisation that aids injured and wounded veterans across the US and Canada. And by harnessing the power of esports and sim racing, Operation Motorsport helps veterans in their mental health recovery by reducing anxiety, promoting social interaction, and enhancing cognitive function. Donate today and empower our veterans in rebuilding purpose, identity, and team. And what a wonderful program that is to support those who have given the ultimate service to look after us and keep us safe with their service. And I think, I say this all the time, it's great that motorsport can provide a helping hand to veterans, but also motorsport can learn so much from them, what they've experienced in what they've trained to do, the level that they operate at in their, or operated at in their career in the military, is something that I think any sport or any business could learn from. That camaraderie, that teamwork, elite level performance, something we can learn as well. So do support not only just Operation Motorsport, but all the aforementioned charities. If you've donated already, a huge thank you to you, and hope you'll enjoy the next hour and 51 minutes of action. I think we're going to have a bit of a thriller, JP.
Yeah, I think it's going to be thrilling to see some of the battles play out, whether it's GTE, which Imperial has made the pit stop since the last discussion, or whether it's going to be how Full Send Racing tries to make sure they try and keep the gap that they have right now that's gone back up to 11 seconds. There's so many thought processes here. We've had some trouble spots though. Cameron Martineau in the ST Racing Esports entry, they've been running second for so long, put it in the wall.
Well, there is a surprise. That is a big surprise. Now that's not the leading car, that's the second place car. Last time by, I think that might have been out the pits, you know, JP.
Yeah.
Was it?
Well, this one, definitely not out of the pits. And I talked about how it's a precise science almost to be able to hit the most end chicanes. In that case, just took a little bit of too much speed in, hit the curving, spun it out.
We'll get a look at how much time that's lost there for the number 12 of Thomas Briggs. Another mistake there for Eduardo Vecino in the Fendi Racing team. Now, this is Eduardo has come back to help the team. They had one driver doing a mammoth stint overnight, many hours at the wheel. They're running 11th in class at the moment. They're the last car running, but they are going to get it to the finish here. And when the tiredness kicks in, which it well and truly will be, that is so easy to just make little mistakes. I mean, even when you're at your razor sharp mental state, it's so easy to loop it round at Indianapolis. It's a horrible corner. You're going around a really fast right-hander that Indianapolis won in a low downforce car. Then you've somehow got to get the thing slowed down for Indianapolis 2, the left-hander. And, well, Kevin Estra, who's one of the best drivers ever to compete in a Porsche, he crashed there in qualifying for the 24 Hours of Le Mans last year or 2 years ago. So the very best in the world can do it on a one-off qualifying lap. So after 22 and a bit hours of racing, I think that's understandable. So we'll get an update once they come around how much time that ST Racing car lost with that little error. At the moment sitting about 2.5 minutes behind the leading car, so that's fairly steady actually right now. Solpec, they now have an advantage of 27 seconds over the chasing Phoenix car after that little issue for the Phoenix machine. Here comes around the second place car in class and overall, Cameron Martineau. Not often you see Cameron make an error. I think it must have been a few laps ago, because that was a 3:24.5, much more on pace.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cameron has been one of the higher up sim racers in terms of different team support and different team ranks for a little bit. Has made a lot of appearances as of late with Samantha Tan Racing and more of the artistic cars with the blue and yellow usually on their paint scheme, more with the black and red for the 30 car here today. He originally more so was known for being good in really competing in some of the big events on other sims, but has really sped up pretty quickly in the iRacing side the past year or two. Yeah,
Cameron's just been, and prototypes have really been his jam as well. He's always been good in a prototype as Cameron Martineau and this ST Racing squad. Great team in the virtual world, and they've made great steps in the outdoor world as well, winning a championship in the 24H series, also known as Creventic, the company that organise it. So yeah, they compete on both sides of the coin of motorsports. So we've got a little bit of time till the GTE battle kind of figures itself out. It looks like there's a big gap at the moment. There isn't. There is the leading car is due a pit stop in 4 laps time. Amazing as well, JP. Both of our leaders in GTE right now, they've not used any of their fast repairs.
Well, you don't need to use the fast repair if you haven't really hit anything, I guess you could say. So I don't think that's even a major concern. It's really there in case you make a major mistake, and both of those teams don't have to really worry all too much as a result here. I will say Christopher Pies is in that 7 machine, a longtime veteran, raced in the Opmo League for Imperial. Going to be really putting them in a great spot right now for by the time things cycle, I think, with Shea McNeely when he comes into the pit lane in 15 minutes or so.
Thanks very much to Luke Mann of the Phoenix Racing team, who's let us know that during the night, while we were tucked up in bed with our pajamas and our cocoa, that unfortunately there was a wheel disconnection for Thomas Briggs while he was at the wheel, and that cost a lot of time. Super unlucky, I agree, Luke. Yeah, really unlucky, but they aren't giving up. Love that spirit. They're on a big fuel save though. Interesting stuff. So the number 12 car, 4th place at the moment, on a big fuel save to try and get to the finish with a stop less than they otherwise might have been.
Well, it could be worse. It could be similar to the story that, I'm not sure if you remember the mention of this back during the afternoon portion yesterday, that I believe it was Matrix Bronze that said they had a cat walk across the keyboard of one of their drivers and shut the car off, and cost them about 10-20 seconds at the start of the race. So it could be worse. You could always have felines make sure your equipment doesn't work.
I like your blue sky thinking, JP. It could be worse. It can always be worse. That's the way to look at it. I like that. That's positive vibes. GT3 very tight, and that's where it's very easy to follow strategy wise, because the first and second car, Full Send Racing and Solpic Racing, they pitted on the same lap. They're on exactly the same strategy. And Ray Kingsbury has just been jabbing away. He's not been playing Kingsbury rules just yet. He's just been jabbing away, knocking away at that gap. It's now down to just under 8 seconds. It was just over 10 seconds at the start of the stint. So he's picking away sort of 0.3 of a second per lap. But if he can keep that going, that gap will be down to 5 or 6 seconds by the time they get to the next pit stop. So we are in for a cracker in GT3. I don't actually know which one's going to be closer, GT3 or GTE.
I think it's going to be where GT3 is going to take a lot more time to be able to develop, because it's 7-8 seconds. That will probably take until the final hour to sort itself out. Full Send still putting up a solid pace, but Ray Kingsbury, as the fuel's burn, picked up a lot more. He was 12 seconds back just a little bit ago. For Imperial, I think it's more so the 1:22, 1 minute and 22 second difference right now. I'd be a bit more comfortable if that was an extra second down right now if I was them right now, just based on the Matrix being controlled by Matrix Bronze in terms of delta, in terms of pace. If anything, it's almost a fuel balancing act between the heavy to the low fuel balance that we've seen in the battle before that. I think it's going to really come into play for GTE in the final hour, depending on how things go, as Imperial just lost more time on the Delta by an hour second as I finish that sentence. They're going the wrong way. GT3 is going the right way for battle.
True. Yes, that's true. At this stage. Coming up for 100 minutes to go. The length of an IMSA sprint race, like the Long Beach sprint race. But difference is, they've had 22 hours and 20 minutes under those wheels so far. So full send, just having to just keep chipping away. Shea McNeely doing a good job. Yes, Paula Carvalho doing a very good job, and just running the pace, running a consistent pace as best as possible. Last time by there was a little bit more of a gap in time wise, 2.6 seconds in the favour of the Solpec car. So maybe it's a little bit of problem in traffic possibly for Paulo Carvalho. The thing we don't have to worry about in GT3 is the tyre strategy, because they can throw tyres at the car when the fuel is going in, so they don't lose any additional time by putting on fresh tyres. But in GTE, they do. So that is something we've got to keep a very, very close watch out for in that GTE category. Yes, now Imperial Motorsports, I think they did take tyres at that last stop, so they might be tired to the end of the race, if you like, whereas Matrix Bronze, they may well need more time to put some tyres on. Derek Cyphers brings the MAASR cystic fibrosis car into the pits, car number 17. Tyres and fuel.
Yeah, straight to the schedule and straight to what they originally planned. Initially, Scott Kessel was originally going to be an engineer. They swapped him and Steve Comets around in the rotation for who was going to drive this car. But for Scott, critical time to do well with a couple pit stops to go. They've been doing solid in terms of the battle for the 5th position. I think at this point, things are going as well as they could have gone so far with some of the troubles during the nighttime.
I think I think with every 24-hour race, you could write a book with a chapter for every team if you think of the stories. I think that's what makes 24-hour racing so compelling, don't you think?
Extremely compelling, if you put it that way, yes. So it's just the ever-weaving strategy, but also the story in amongst itself, right? It takes time to plan things. It takes weeks of preparation to do it right for an event like this. It impacts a lot of people in terms of that set preparation to be able to make sure you have it all planned out to a T. And you have to be able to adapt once the story comes into play, because not every script has the first draft remain in log. You have changes during the writing of the script. You have changes during the writing of the story that you have to be able to adapt for. And it's an interesting dynamic, is what I'm trying to say, where over the course of 24 hours, a lot can happen. It's just a matter to the drivers and the teams what story they end up putting themselves into, and can they adapt to the best story possible for them. And for some teams, they struggle at that. For others, it's about straight up just getting to the end and being able to say, I've finished the story of the 24 hours in PCA competition.
You know, it's a sign of a good book if you get to the finish of it and you finish reading the book. If you don't finish reading a book, it can't be a very good book.
Great point.
Yeah. A huge thank you to many of the competitors writing in on our YouTube live chat here on RaceSpotTV. Do get in touch with us. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, and most importantly, your in-race snacks / beverages. I've just had a lovely black coffee delivered to the Global Broadcast Centre here. David Nichols, he says GTE's been a solid race all day. Yeah, so true. 5 teams on pace at one point or another. Only small mistakes, separating cars 22 hours in. Incredible. Totally agree. I think even at the very top world level, that's rare in itself. So yeah, totally agree to that. Big shout out to Fendi Racing as well. They're the last car running right now, but they're still grinding away to get to the the finish. Big shout out to Gareth Earl here from Fendi Racing, who stepped up as an alternate and just finished a 7-hour stint at the wheel. My back is stiffening up at the thought of that, JP.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one. It was a difficult one, I think, because it's so difficult just to be able to keep your mind going over the course of 7 hours straight, let alone race for 7 hours or drive 7 hours straight. Most people don't even drive 7 hours consecutive on the highway by that point because they just need to take a break and stretch. You can't really do that when you're in the car and having to stretch it out like that. It is physically exhausting for that long straight.
One thing is, it is a good thing that you've got the Mulsanne Straight to have a couple of chips or something like that, or maybe a cereal bar, something like that as you go along the straight. Hopefully he's got an in-house catering team that have kept him going with cups of coffee, or actually no, coffee would be a disaster because, well, nature can take its course in 7 hours. It certainly does for me. I mean, that's what I could never drive 7 hours on the highway, even if I wanted to. Anyway, maybe for someone of my rapidly advancing years. An hour and 35 minutes to go in this one. Well, I'll leave you with that thought. Fendi Racing also saying, way to go, Luke, Tom, and Steve for picking up the slack for Brandon, who was having equipment problems. No. And still met the fair share. Way to go, the Fendi Racing team. Yeah, well done to you guys. Love your spirit. Thanks to Luke Mann for writing in as well with the story of their race. Hello as well to Ramiro Cisneros. Good morning to you, wherever you are in the world. And another one saying, wait, no commentary, this is amazing. Well, you can leave. You're not welcome here.
I think that was before we started off.
Okay. And then they heard us and they thought, this is amazing.
Yeah, let's phrase it that way. Yes, yes. People love listening to car sounds as someone's going to be bringing themselves out of the sand castles sand trap rather at Indy.
The Schadenfreude fodder. Say that quickly. Finding their way into the barrier. There's been a lot of very high-profile drivers end up in there over the years. Oh, just trying to get it stopped. Oh, and does so. Well done. Well done there for Schadenfreude fodder. Jeff Rosenthal. I wonder if he's any relation of Jim Rosenthal, who used to be the main host of Formula One coverage in the United Kingdom in the mid to late 90s to about the early 2000s on ITV. Broadcasting legend here in the UK.
Not quite sure on that one. Believe most of their drivers, based on what we've seen on the car, Canadian and American based currently. But hey, we talked about the difficulties of getting through Indianapolis. That kind of emphasizes just that difficulty of getting to the right marks. And if you carry too much speed, you just sail off through the corner. And a lot of people don't end up surviving that sail off.
It's always, I think it's one of the most difficult sequences anywhere in the world. It's just that remember you're running a car as well, which is running on very low downforce configuration, so it's not as if the car's got that aerodynamic stability to lean on. The car just feels a little bit loose there. So yeah, easy to get it wrong. So the gap in GT3, this is, I think, the real battle. Solpec Racing last time by chipped another 0.6 of a second out of Full Send Racing's lead, and that gap is now down to just 5.6 seconds. It's really tight there between those two. They've got 3 laps left on their stint, so we should be in about 12 minutes or so, with an hour and 20 minutes ish to go towards the end of the race, which will mean they will have to stop twice between now and the end of the race. They're on exactly the same strategy. They pitted on the same lap last time by, so they are poised for an absolute dogfight to the line. Question is as well, JP, whether Paolo Carvalho and Ray Kingsbury will stay in, because they were put in at the last stop. leaving just over 2 hours to go, will they be left in, or will there be new drivers fitted into those cars?
At this point, I would think keep the same driver in. You don't want. I don't know about bringing in the driver swap with an hour to go. That seems almost a little bit too pushy, so to speak, in terms of the potential there. I can see it if you want somebody in a tight situation, say, go, you're our best defender, you're our fastest driver, get in the car so we can secure the spot. But in a lot of cases, that wouldn't be the plan. I have a question. Wasn't it a minute and 22 between Matrix and Imperial before? Where did the minute go on the scoreboard? Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's to do with the pit stop strategy.
Yes.
So yes, Matrix Braun, they're on their out lap at the moment. Imperial are, they have 8 laps to go until, yes, 8 laps to go until they stop. Is Imperial in second, they have, well, they really have a fight on their hands in terms of getting home on the same number of stops as Matrix. That's the question. Last time by, the last pit stop, excuse me, Matrix took a very short stop. Now, whether that was a short fuel and back timing it to the end of the race, and then putting tyres on, or whether they have just put fuel on and they're just trying to drag it to the end on older tyres, maybe giving away some lap time, but not so much. You know, the thing is, if you take the tyres, you've got a lot of lap time to make up. And I don't think the drop-off is that extreme.
Yeah, there was a 47-second pit stop, so it looked like maybe tires last time for Imperial too, right? So
for Imperial, yes, but Matrix, no.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, so Imperial, I think they are on the tires they fitted. Well, they've done one of two things. They've either put just fuel in, or they have, which they would be maybe a little bit long for that, or they've short filled the car and put new tyres on, because they had a little bit more time up their sleeve. Because Imperial Motorsports in second, they're right on the limit. They have to keep saving fuel, and they have to. I really don't know if they're going to make it on just 2 pit stops or not. Whereas Matrix had time in hand to hit just 2 pit stops, so I think they had the luxury to short fill, and they've used that luxury up possibly.
That might be a bold strategy if that's the latter strategy, because that gets them basically on cycle with Christopher Pies, who is already borderline as it is, but they had to make the short fuel stop regardless in the final 30 minutes. I understand absolutely why they just take it now and say, we feel comfortable on the number. If we just go right now, just get it dealt with. Take the short pit stop now. Make sure the delta stays where it needs to be for later on in the race. And right now it looks like at this point, they're in a prime position now because of the pit strategy to hold on to 22 seconds right now at least.
And if they've done that, they've of course got fresh tyres as well. So they've done that. There's no point taking the short fuel stop at the end and not have time to put tyres, or not get the use out of the tyres. Get the use out of the tyres now. And use them up for the last hour and 30 minutes. And actually, an hour and 30 minutes or so, you can really push hard on the tyres. You don't have to save them for that, I wouldn't say. I think you can go full attack. So we'll only know when we get closer to the end. If they continue with a full length of stint, we know that they've just simply filled the car up and didn't put new tyres on. But if they of course stop early, we know that they've done the short fuel last time. So we'll have to be patient, JP, before we can solve the mystery.
Yeah, I think 30 minutes to solve the mystery is going to be a simple barometer there, right? So, but the main thing I'm very curious, again, is going to be, by the end of things, where does Pies cycle in all of this? Right now, I don't know if you're catching 21 seconds based on the cycling here. That's going to take a mammoth amount of pushing just to get up there. For the car that's already borderline on fuel, that's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, it's definitely advantage Matrix, but it's hanging on the cliff. any little slip up, any little bit of contact in traffic, anything like that, and it will flip on its head. They have an advantage, but a very slim one. I would suggest do Matrix your car on screen right now. Car number 55. Oh, those RSRs just sound absolutely glorious. Glorious sounding machine. So an hour and 26 minutes to go then in this PCA24. And 2 GT races coming down to the wire. In GTP, well, ST Racing, they sit on the cusp of a historic one too, the first time for this type of event. So to see that would be just remarkable. Mark Woodchull drives the leading 38 car at the moment with the number 30, Cameron Martineau, in second. And Martineau has just over a minute gap back to the 111 Solpec Racing car, and they're on a very similar fuel strategy. So Solpec in a good, ST Racing in second in a good position. But Solpec also got a good gap back to Phoenix Racing, who've just made a pit stop of their own. So this is going to be a real cracker with these 2 GT races going to the line. And last time by, well, it was a big move again in the favour of Solpec Precision Racing. Ray Kingsbury is continuing to chip away at that gap, and the gap in GT3 now between your leader Full Send Racing and your second place car Solpec Racing is just 4.6 seconds, and we don't have to do any strategical mystery work there, Detective Prince, because well, they're on exactly the same strategy.
Yeah, and I'm still liking what I'm now seeing from Ray, because I was originally wondering, is he the guy that's going to do this? Is he the guy that's going to be able to close up all this pace? And the answer is obviously, yeah, he's picked up a lot of road experience. I've known the Kingsburys for a long time. They actually, as the brothers, used to be teammates with me back all the way about near a decade ago. And Ray always took more the liking to the unique combinations and to the road side, at least the vibe I used to get back then, to try stuff different, try different leagues, try to race on the road courses with, say, the NASCAR Craftsman trucks that come to mind, for example. So it's not a surprise to see Kingsbury now fully embrace the road racer role and what he has in the past few years, and in turn embrace the power of being good on the road courses whenever he's in a Porsche.
Well, what a motivation for them to try and win this. I mean, to win a 24-hour event at Le Mans is such an achievement, such a challenging racetrack in places. There are certain parts of it where you think, well, it's easy, it's just a big long straight, and then a chicane, then a big long straight, and then another chicane, and then big long straight, etc. But it has nuance to it. We talked about the challenge of Indianapolis. Arnage is a really nasty little corner. The Porsche curves where you're coming through corners where you really need big downforce, as much downforce as you want, and you just don't have it because the car's in a low drag, low downforce trim for speed down the straight. So Le Mans has its own unique challenges. Into the pits then comes our second place car, Solpec Racing. Full sender already in. So penultimate stops going in now. Fuel send, that car brought in by Paulo Carvalho. So into the pits go. Last time by, Solpec managed to pick up half a second through the pit stop transit, even though Full Send actually were at the pump for less time. Driver change, that's interesting. Big change then. So Paulo Carvalho, jumps out, and it's going to be as my timing screen freezes. Are we going to see a driver change? I thought we were going to see a driver change there.
No, I don't think so.
Ah, okay. It was just a blink. Okay, so the drivers-wise are going to stay. No, they're not. Jorge Saligo has got into the Full Send Racing car. Okay, so there is a driver change. full send Jorge Saligo, and there's a change in position.
Okay, this is going to get interesting now. So a 41-second pit stop right now with the driver change. That's going to put them behind the 8 ball right now, but no tires. It looks like for Kingsbury only 32 seconds in the pit lane, or rather at least, at the very least, a shorter stint there to try and out-strategize and get him a lighter car for the race lead.
Well, there will have been tyres, because you can put tyres on at the same time as the fuel. So there will have been tyres, but no driver change for Kingsbury then. He's going to take this car to the finish, I would say. An hour and 21 minutes to go. Full Send Racing, they came into the pits with around a 4-second advantage. They now have a 5.6 second disadvantage, but they have changed. So Paulo Carvalho has got out, and Jorge Saligo is in to this Full Send Racing car. Overall, 8 seconds dropped to the leading Solpec car now in the pit lane. So game on now. You would think, JP, the only reason why Full Send have done that is they believe that over the stint, Jorge Saligo's got not just a bit more pace, but quite a lot more pace.
Probably think about him and say, we may as well also get him in, get the highest speed driver in for the closing stages here. Take the gamble, take the time loss, just get whoever needs to be in there in. It almost gives a vibe that they had to plan, they almost were expecting a different interval almost, but also you plan these driver changes ahead of schedule usually. If you're driving, getting a driver swap after only a stint though, usually that's an indication that something's up, or it's trying to get the fair share in.
That could be true. Yes, that could be very true. That there's been a change for some kind of logistical reason. Well, let's keep a close watch on that gap then. It's 5.7 seconds at this point in the favour of Ray Kingsbury and Solpec Precision Racing. Any mistake right now, whether it be driver or operationally, will be severely punished. So much at stake here to win this event after so much preparation. I mean, we talk about the driving time of the race itself. You know, 22 hours 41 minutes down already, but I wouldn't be surprised if the teams, particularly collectively, in fact I'm pretty confident to say collectively, the teams will have done much more driving than that in preparation.
Yeah, I know for certain a lot of these teams put in probably 1 or 2 weeks worth of work, because whenever anybody gets, oh, somebody just got turned around. That was Full Send making near contact with somebody.
Oh no. Oh dear. And the time is going up all the time. So yes, something has happened to the 222. The 222 car of Full Send Racing. Jorge Saligo is lost 2.5, 3 seconds there. Great spot, JP. Look maybe at Arnage where that problem was. So we'll get a look at it for you as quick as we can. Ray Kingsbury then gets a little bit of a free kick, and this is what we're talking about. Just the tiniest little, doesn't even have to be an error, but the tiniest error, the tiniest little slip, and it could be crucial in this final stretch of the race. Let's get a look at it then. So Full Send Racing coming through Indianapolis, and there's a GTP car coming through. They both hit the brakes. The GTP car, oh dear.
Remember the conversation on giving space, being respectful, treat it like a real-world race? Well, the GTP definitely trying to go track out and try pinch out, and Full Send wasn't having it.
Well, yeah, the GTP car just not overly very decisive and didn't get the job done very quickly. So they hit the brakes. Saligo's really deep on the brakes. He leaves the door open, and yeah, the GTP just wasn't, it just didn't commit to it at all. And then because they weren't committed, they then missed the corner, and then that held the Full Send car up. That could have been so much worse. I mean, that tangle could have easily put the Full Send car in the gravel trap there and potentially halted their chances at at a victory charge. The question is now, did the full send car suffer any damage there? I doubt it, but you never know.
I think it was more so the 14, the Kynarin racing machine that did so. Already they made a driver swap, possibly. It would be Andy Jenks who would be in the car. It wants to get back rolling based on the scoring, possibly. At the very least, they definitely took more of the brunt than anything else.
Yep. Well, where do they run in class at the moment? They're sitting in 7th place at the moment for Kynarin Racing in that grey, yellow and blue machine, and they get back going again. Now, did they have any fast repairs? Well, they don't anymore, if they potentially used it in that pit stop there. So they get back going again. We'll now have to take a look at this next lap then for our two leading GT3 cars. Which car has the pace? Well, is it Kingsbury with Solpec Precision Racing in the lead, or is it the chasing full send racing car of Jorge Soligo? The gap is about 9 seconds between them at the moment. So a bit of a job for Jorge Soligo to do, a job that was made even more difficult by that little tangle with the GTP car. In GTE, Matrix Bronze still lead by 18.6 seconds. So that gap has actually come down a little bit as Imperial Motorsport, Christopher Pies, actually, cutting the gap down to Matrix Bronze ahead. We wait to see, though, what strategy Matrix Bronze are on. Did they short fuel at the last stop, or are they running on quite old tyres? We will find out, because at the moment they are 4 laps into their stint, so they have a maximum of 10 laps to go, but if they stop between now and the next 10 laps, we know that they did short fuel at the last stop. Imperial Motorsports, who are chasing, they are right on the edge of fuel. In fact, Imperial Motorsports are so on the edge, JP, it might well be out of their hands. It might depend when the leader crosses the line and whether they have to go around for one more lap or not.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one if that ends up coming down to it, because, well, ST Racing Esports put on blistering pace, first of all. The estimated laps is going to be 422, but it has been as low as 421. So it's on the borderline for the lap estimate based on our timing and scoring. But the one thing I've noticed, too, with all this, too, with Imperial, is even regardless of that, the net time has still remained what would be net if they were on the exact same cycle, 5-6 seconds. So essentially they're right back to what they were square one. I think that slowdown really put them behind from what could have been a much better situation for them for later on in the race because of how much time they lost prior to their pit stop.
Yeah, they lost about 3 seconds at that point, which, could be pivotal. We're now at the point where, you know, if we were 5 or 6 hours into the race, even 9 or 10 hours into the race, and you see a car lose 3, 4, 5 seconds with something like that, you go, okay, it's not great, but, long way to go. Now, those little delays are magnified massively. So, really important to try and eradicate those if you can, but so difficult. It's like, perfect example here, coming into the Daytona chicane, the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. You're breaking away, you're just trying to run your laps, and a GTP car is coming through at full speed. Race leader in the pit lane then, Mark Whitshall. And what was our predicted laps to go, JP? 421? 421 to the end, so that's 33 laps from now. Ooh, that is... Yeah, they're going to need 3 stops from now, I would say.
Does it matter, though, with them leading by as big as the gap is?
No, it doesn't, but if it means going 1 lap less or crossing the... I think it really depends where they cross the line compared to our our GTE runners, and whether that means that second place in GTE Imperial Motorsports, do they have to go an extra lap or not? I think that's going to be crucial in the outcome of whether they can get to the end or not on just 2 more stops.
Yeah, nicely done on the pit exit, nicely done on the speed. This 30 car's been on rails though. Or 38 car, I should say, has been on rails for hours upon hours, as I was saying before, though. It's been difficult to touch the pace from what they've been able to do. They have some of those connections you talked about with the real world, and those connections paying dividends for this event.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, the race could not have started off any worse. With a crash at the Forest Sessions on lap 1. With a big tangle with the Scuderia Chicken House car. My jaw was on the floor. I couldn't believe it when you saw 2 of the leading cars take each other off into the barrier, and that gave them a huge fight back. It does make you think, with a clean race, they would have won by a small, well, they won by about a week, but that's been an exciting thing to watch them come back through the field and build up that, get into the lead and then build up an advantage. Really, really impressive to see. Now the car behind them, funnily enough, they've got the 3rd place car, the 111 Solpec car, Pat Pilchat. That's a perfect front gunner there for Pat, because he could just follow the leader, do a bit of fuel saving himself, just sit there nice and comfy and follow the leader home.
I think that just speaks for Pat's pace as a whole, with him being able to close up like that. But overall, it's the home stretch on strategy. We're 10 minutes away from the 1 hour to go mark. You're boxed in no matter what on strategy. So it's going to be an interesting time, I think, now to keep an eye on what happens to GT. But GT3, by the way, since the turnaround for the 222, Jorge Saligo's gone the wrong way in that he's gone and lost another 2 seconds since the turnaround.
I wonder if that car is at 100%. I mean, the thing is, with the GT Full Send Racing, they do have a fast repair. So at the next stop, they may want to use that if they feel they're losing time, because yeah, so they've got 1 more stop to go. You might as well. You've got 1 more stop to go in the race. You may as well use that fast repair. Make sure the car is as good as it can be for that final sprint to the flag. You got to take the risk.
At this point, yeah, I would. If there's a position on the line, I'd take a risk. If there's no position on line, or you risk losing spots, like significant amounts of spots, then it's a little bit more conservative. But with a lot of the way the positions are currently cycled out on the racetrack, at this point, if you have any chance, you've got a lot of buffer time for your top positions to be able to try and make a pass here. You may as well go for it if it presents itself as the critical part.
Yeah, I think if that little tangle is just blunted the pace a little bit, it doesn't have to be much. It can just be a little. I mean, it was the front right of the car, and you know, there's really key aerodynamic pieces on the front of the car and the splitter, and if it just spoils the airflow, that slows the car down. It makes the car more draggy. The car is, you know, sculpted in either a wind tunnel or CFD or a combination of the two. And if that aerodynamic is deformed in any way, it's going to be less optimal, particularly at a high-speed circuit like Le Mans. And this, you might think, if you're new to the world of virtual motorsport, you think, well, surely that can't make a difference on a video game. Contraire. This is a simulator, don't forget, and that's something that iRacing software engineers do an incredible job of how the real-time damage has a real-time effect on the car performance. So yeah, if I was Full Send Racing, you've got nothing to lose at that last stop. Throw that last fast repair at it. You've done well to save them all, I would say. So yeah, go use it up and know that you're not leaving anything on the table, because I think if you didn't use it and then finished 10 seconds off the lead at the end, you'd kick yourself.
Exactly. So at this point though, you also have to consider the fatigue level starting to kick up for a lot of those kicked up here, trying to keep everyone fresh. We've seen that already with the 222. It's been an interesting time, to say the least, to keep an eye on things in this past hour plus already, because a lot of these teams are just trying to keep everybody fresh to make sure they don't have the 7-hour stint, as we talked about for some before, or anything that can be risking any adverse incident. So as the clouds, for whatever reason, start to form over the racetrack here, it's the matter, can they close out cleanly over the next hour and 5 minutes?
Hope so. I hope so. Let's hope that they get a, for the drivers and team's sake, they deserve a clean run to the end of the race. Looking at Imperial Motorsports, the chasing car in this ever so tight battle in GTE, the gap is 17 seconds at the moment. And that, as things stand, is a real gap. We think, or I might be changing that to, I thought that it would be a stop to go from now. It's definitely a stop to go for Matrix Bronze, who lead the race in GTE. But Imperial Motorsports at the moment, they've got a lap left on their stint, and yeah, they're not going to make it. They're going to be just short. Imperial Motorsports are going to have to take a tiny splash and dash to get to the end. I think even if they manage to squeeze a 15 lap stint, which I don't believe anybody has done yet in the RSR, they'd still be on the limit. So I think it's going to be the difference of 1 lap for Imperial Motorsports, but it just takes one tiny slip from Matrix Bronze, and Imperial Motorsports are right there. But it's just hanging on a thread there in GTE. But I think Imperial Motorsports are going to need that last lap splash and dash, which in an endurance race really stings.
Massively at this point. That's going to be absolutely frustrating if you're Imperial at this point, where you can't control it. You can't control that you're going to be just a tiny bit short on the gas. At this point, you just got to do what you need to do, right? For Full Send, meanwhile, yeah, that right side definitely looks like it's got a little bit of push in, correct me if I'm wrong there, but they're absolutely going the wrong way.
Yes, they are. I mean, that's one thing we can say for sure. Time-wise, is going in the wrong direction for Jorge Saligo, and the really frustrating part is that little incident with the GTP car, which was I don't think it was in their making at all. They left the door open, they gave space, and the GTP car just didn't use it properly at all. Just a real error of judgment from them, I would say. And yes, it's not played in Full Send's favour at all. They've got another 9 laps on this stint. I think what we might well see Full Send doing, JP, is pitting at about 50 minutes to go and actually not using up their full tank here, because I think they need to get that car, without taking any extra pit stop, they need to get that car in and get the fast repair. Yes, it looks fine, but they are definitely losing speed. So it's the only thing they've got left in the locker. Get that car in when you can get home with no more stops. Fill it up with fuel, put the new tyres on, and get that fast repair done. Then you can fight, because at the moment, I don't think they've got a race car that they can fight for this win.
I don't think so either at this point. They've just ended up losing so much time because of what happened with that incident. It almost feels like they're flustered. It almost appears that way, at least, as well as possibly damaged now. But that's going to be absolutely a painstaking thought that will go through the team. Oh, a mistake in front of them too.
Oh. Well, everything seems to be happening in and around full send. David Nelson for CMS Racing having a big moment there, coming in to the opening chicane on the lap. Oh, and this is the thing. That kind of incident can happen to anybody. You can be leading the race and someone can have an incident in front of you and collect you. We've seen it happen so many times at Le Mans over the years. Where we've seen it, for those who've been following the Spa 24 hours, there's been several cars that have just been wiped out of incidents not of their own making. So it can happen. Oh, but full send just get through that one unscathed. Now, pit stop complete then for Imperial Motorsports in second position, and that effectively makes their strategical bet. They cannot get home on this tank of fuel. They will need a pit stop with about 6 minutes to go in the race, which is pretty tough for that squad. But they're still in it. They will need, I think, a slip from Matrix Bronze, but at the moment they're sitting in second. Thank you to Beta Spy Dog. That's a call sign. It's Shay from that team, from the Matrix Bronze team. During the night, they had a driver lose power, and they went a minute and a half behind the lead, and they've been clawing back ever since. Well, the clawing back has worked. They're in the lead right now. What a superb fight back. So Jan Pagliari cheering for Full Send Racing, your car on screen right now, who are trying to limit the damage as best as they can, but the gap is now up to 14 seconds with Ray Kingsbury leading in GT3 by that 14 seconds for Solpec Precision Racing. So he's just slipping through the fingers a little bit. And hello to Adrian the Great. And you are great, because Adrian has said, get this GP, says, awesome commentary and a thrilling end. Well, thank you very much indeed. That's very kind.
Very kind indeed, absolutely. Oh, that's
into the final hour then, JP.
Pardon me there, I was about to say that was almost a little bit not kind from the GTP. It was almost about to make more contact for Full Send as they go blinky.
Interestingly, the Full Send car not making the same error again, saying you're going to have to go the long way around, Sunshine. I'm holding that inside line. I'm not getting nerfed again. So for those GT3 cars, they can do 13 laps, which is approximately 53 minutes. So I would think around depending where they come through, I would think with about 50 minutes to go in about 2 laps time, Full Send Racing could bring that car in and not have to do an extra pit stop. So, and I think that's their only throw of the dice now. And why would they bring it in early? To get that fast repair. They've got one fast repair left up their sleeve. You've got to use it, because I think Jorge Taligo he's not got the car to fight here after that little bit of contact, not of his own making. GTP car coming through. Yeah, it looks like it's around the right wheel arch there, GP.
Yeah, that's where I thought too, yeah. Because it almost looks a touch pushed in. Just a touch. But it's enough right there, you can really see almost where it's a little bit concave there. Even then, is the suspension damaged? Because if that's the case, then you're absolutely going to be wounded. And remember, with the new damage model, some cars can take it, but you have to be... It's not bumper cars, is what I'm saying. If you hit too much contact, you're likely going to bend something from the contact.
1.8 seconds dropped to the leading car in GT3 last time by Solpec Precision Racing. Ray Kingsbury doing an amazing job. Take nothing away from him. He's just done a 3:56.935, which is only 1.2 seconds off that car's best lap of the entire race. So Ray Kingsbury is pushing in that 112 Solpec Racing car, trying to grow the gap as much as possible, as we have a perfect multi-class three-way flyover there with the GDP, the RSR, and the GT3R. What a great shot that is. And of course, the RSR there, RSR 17, now a pretty old race car there. The only time you'll see one of them in the outdoor world now is at a historic race event. But there are hints on that car, there are learnings, there is technology on that car that has made its way through to the latest edition of the GT3R. You look at the rear aero, the diffuser, the rear wing, particularly the diffuser though, at the back of the car, that is pure RSR, that is pure GTE, which used to be, well, when it was around, it was a, you know, a faster category, it was a more performant car than a GT3. Well, that gap is closing with the ever relentless development pace. Pit stop as well for Fendi Racing Team. Stephen Hatter has just pitted from 3rd place, fairly safe 3rd place, I would say, in GT3 in car number 23. And oh, that will be. I think they might well need a splash and dash there, JP.
Yeah, very likely with the car, yeah, but it's been an interesting time, but these final few hours here, just with seeing a lot of the calculations come in here, and sometimes the moves might not pay off. And right now we've seen some moves just not pay off. Like we've seen with the 222s since the pit stop cycle, we've seen Imperial, their situation gonna be tight right now at this point. It's where these next 55 minutes, you're just preparing to get to the celebration of, we did it, we finished on the podium, or we finished the 24 hours.
Yeah, for certain cars. For others, they're thinking, oh, if they're leading, you're thinking, please, just no more mistakes. Please, let's get to the finish. No hardware failures, no internet disconnections, nothing like that. I'm sure everyone in the household is being told, no Netflix streaming, no 4K, nothing. This is absolutely critical in the next 54 minutes now. Oh, it's just, do you know, I think Full Send are going to have to go one more lap around here to make sure they can get home with no more stops. They would love to come in now and get that car repaired and get back on the pace. They know they can do. Yeah, that front right wheel arch is definitely disformed. Now, does the Fuel Send car come in? No, it does not. I don't think it can. So one more lap around and they are then in the window where they could pit and get to the end of the race without stopping again, which is what they have to do to stay on strategy with Solpec Precision Racing. But JP, this is really painful. This is really tough for this crew. I don't think there was anything they could have done in their power to avoid that incident of that GTP car coming through.
Yeah, there's not much you can do when they basically are giving the track out, giving the pinch out, like you're an AI driver almost at that point. That's kind of what a lot of people would do normally in a console game, is track out and just expect them to just slam the brakes. And at that point, most people are just going to say, I'm running my line, I'm not taking it off track, I'm just going to run the line. The only thing they could have really did in that situation was slam the brakes, but that would cost them time, first of all, and second, that would basically say, as almost like a message to some of the others, hey, you can do whatever the heck you want at that point. You don't have to be afraid of squeezing out. You can just squeeze out, no problem. At that point, you leave yourself vulnerable to having it done again and again at that point.
Well, I'm sure they'll be replaying it over and over again, not just for the rest of the day, but for a while to go. But it's far from done. Solpec Precision Racing, they've still got to keep that pace up. The gap is increasing. It's now up to 16.1 seconds. I mean, little over half an hour ago, they had an advantage of 5 seconds. Now they're 16 seconds behind. They're thinking, what happened? How? We were right in the fight, and we've had it. We just see the sand just eking out, slipping through our fingers. Let's see though if they come in at the end of this lap, coming through Mulsanne and then up the gearbox. I'm sure there's a lot of discussion going on in the team room, and whether and how much the driver is involved in that. I'm sure they're talking a lot to the driver, to Jorge Saligo, saying, how does it feel? I mean, I guess how does it feel is one thing. The one thing that's unescapable is just the pace.
Yeah, and if the car is indeed wounded, like we keep on thinking here, you can't really control the pace if the car's got a big crumple into it or a suspension tweak. But it seems at the very least they've kind of made the mindset of, we're just going to race it out. We're just going to go in the strategy, we'll race it out and figure it out from there, and then see where the time lays afterwards. At this point, they're not willing whatsoever, it looks like, to change that strategy from the strategy they planned.
Well, this is their first opportunity coming to the end of this lap. This is their first opportunity to pit without adding an extra pit stop to their strategy. So it would be bringing the moment they are 7 laps into their stint, so of a potential 13. So this is now where they could pit. Oh, big slide there for Jorge Saligo coming out of Corvette. Oh, that was very, very close to... That was a big moment there. Now, into the pits, do they come? No. You're right, JP. They're going to race it out. So, that's to me, that wouldn't be my call. I would say that race car has not got the performance in it at all. Having had that little bit of damage, I would be throwing the dice here. Bring it in, get that fast repair, and at least try and fight it to the end.
Yeah, I don't know about this strat. It will be frustrating for them because they led a lot of this race too. They look to be the ones to beat for so long up until that point. But it's just gone absolutely pear-shaped, I think is the term, since the past little bit here because of everything for the contact. And that's going to be the most devastating part, is knowing you did everything right for 22.5 hours, but in the final 90 minutes, you just couldn't complete the job.
No, and through no fault, I don't think, of their own. Oh, that's just absolutely gutting. Absolutely gutting, but far from done. 48 minutes to go. Perhaps do they bring the car in at the end of this lap and then roll the dice from there? But you got to think they're losing a lot of time down the straight with that slightly deformed aerodynamic on the front right of that 911 GT3R, and the gap just continues to grow. Another 0.6 of a second last time by. Gap is now up to 17.3 seconds in that GT3 battle. In GTE Matrix Bronze, they've got about 3 laps left on their stint, should they wish it. And then they could take their final stop of the race. Imperial, they've got to take their final stop, but they are running 1 minute and 20 seconds behind. So Matrix Bronze, effectively, that is the gap that they have. Maybe a little bit less than that when the pit stops even out, but in general, there's a good gap here for Matrix Bronze in GTE. And now they've just got to try and get to the end problem-free. Just keep those laps churning with every prototype car that's coming by. You almost want to just... you wish these cars had indicators sometimes. So you just say, I'm staying to the left, you go by, and we're going to leave the door wide open for you. You come by.
I mean, blinky lights is kind of an indicator. It's not like a turn signal, but it's an indicator of frustration. It's an indicator of thank you. It's an indicator of every single universal sign. But Hey, that's also the importance of spotters sometimes, and a lot of these drivers don't have that ability to have someone in their ear alongside them. They're in some cases relying upon that virtual spotter to keep an eye on, okay, car coming left, inside, clear, and almost as their guiding light for the rest of the race compared to some of the others who will have that extra ear with them just in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, I would think that, yeah, spotters are a hugely important part of the mix right now. And it looks like Full Send are just going to keep going. They're just going to go to the end of this. They're just going to go to the end of this stint, and yeah, run it out of fuel and take the fast repair at the end of the stint. I'm not sure I understand that one, but maybe that's the pace that the car's got right now, and maybe that's what Jorge Saligo can get out of it. Maybe they had to put Jorge Saligo in and bring Paulo Carvalho out. Lots of question marks for Full Send Racing. Hopefully we'll get a chance to have a chat with them at the end of the race, which is only 45 minutes away. Thank you to you all for watching here on RaceSpotTV. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage over the last well, 21 or 23 hours and 15 minutes or so.
By the way, it's worth noting Matrix appears to have gone indeed with full tank, no tire strat, so this is going to be the splash off coming up here soon. Interesting enough, before some traffic, I think Christopher Pies and them did show they gained about a second to the 55. Only 1 second in terms of net time. I think Matrix, even if you don't factor in the strategy situation for the 7 car, they've been in a prime situation for the past little bit. Nicely done for Matthew Siddall to be in this car, get them to the numbers they need to hit, but better yet, to get them to a position they go from pressure from behind to much calmer for the final 44 minutes.
I don't know if you can ever be calm in the last 44 minutes of an endurance race, but yeah, always nice to have that gap. Matrix Bronze just clicking those laps off as best as they can. Last pit stop. We'll find out shortly what they did at the last pit stop. They're just coming up to complete the 12th lap of their stint. We've seen 14 lap stints for these 911 RSRs all race long, but we believe they may have just short fueled a little bit to maybe put some tyres on, or do they fill the tank up full and not put tyres on? Because of course with this RSR you have to wait till the fuel is in before putting the tyres on. Oh, a very aggressive move there from the number 6. Is number 6 GTP there? We don't have a number 6. What number was that coming through? In 9th place it was the number 8 Stallions Racing Team. That was a bit over aggressive for this stage of the race, and given they're running in 9th in class.
Yeah, don't want to end up being uber aggressive at this point. I can see them getting very excited on the ability to pass or anything along those lines. You don't want to make enemies. You don't want to be in that situation. So you just have to be smart at this point. It's been near 24 hours. You need to be smart.
No question about it. So with 42 minutes to go, we give a big tribute, a big shout out to all of our teams, drivers, and what they've achieved to even get to this stage. Only 3 retirements, everybody else still running. Quite an effort, and a lot of these teams running to support various charities and raise money for some great causes. The Alzheimer's Foundation of America You can donate to them, alzfdn.org/donate. And the Alzheimer's Foundation of America join us in supporting the Stallions racing team, backed by Charlie Mobile, at the PCA24 Le Mans Racer events. The donations will benefit the Alzheimer's Foundation of America and Operation Motorsport, make a difference for those affected by Alzheimer's, and support our veterans through motorsport rehabilitation. Donate today and cheer on the Stallions racing team as they race for a great cause. The American Cancer Society, Champion Motorsports, are very excited to have brought 2 cars to this race, and they race in aid of the American Cancer Society. Cancer is a condition that affects everyone, whether it be directly or via seeing it affect a loved one. You can go on donate.cancer.org. The CMS teams will be making a donation on behalf of their 2 entries, but they'd also like to encourage fellow competitors and anyone tuning into the race here on RaceSpotTV to jump in and make a donation, because there's not really many greater causes than the cancer research effort. It's an ever evolving battle and a very hungry beast. So always resource required to fund the very, very clever people who hunt every single day all around the world to try and find ways to treat cancer and ways to try and cure it as well. But that's a battle that rages on. That's a race that continues. The American Red Cross, code RED, needs your help raising funds for the American Red Cross. You can scan that QR code on your screen. And just as Code Red have taken on the challenge of developing their new challenge class drivers from the PCA ranks, they must also help the American Red Cross as this charity take on the challenge of disaster relief, distribution of life-saving blood, and providing life-saving training and certification. Whether you or a loved one has given or received blood, taken a babysitting, CPR or lifeguarding class, or even received aid following a home fire, hurricane or wildfire, you will know that the donation is vital to continue the valuable mission of the American Red Cross. So please donate via the QR code on your screen. The Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, this is something a very close friend of mine, his little niece was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis at birth and has battled with it her whole life, but thanks to the work of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, she now lives a very happy life. Does live with the condition, but battles on. The number 17 car in today's race, they invite you to support the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. Derek, their team manager, he has 2 boys, Oliver, who's 7, and Owen, who's 4, who were born with cystic fibrosis, and thanks to the Foundation's efforts, this disease that used to have a life expectancy of less than 30 years just a few decades ago, we're now right on the brink of it being cured. The team wants to try and raise $2,400, and you can scan the QR code on your screen right now to help them reach their goal and contribute to a future where cystic fibrosis is a thing of the past. Together, we can race towards a cure. The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the 668 car, they invite you to support the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Michael, one of their drivers, was named after his uncle who passed away due to blood cancer. And the Leukemia Lymphoma Society aims to research blood cancer and to support those who are currently dealing with it. Funding the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society will move forward the effort to cure blood cancer. The team want to raise $1,000 during this race, and together we can find a cure for blood cancer. The QR code is on your screen. And finally, a great cause, Operation Motorsport. Join in supporting veterans Matt Smotherman, Tyler Gilmette and Greg Meismer, who served in the US Army, the US Navy and the US Marine Corps respectively. They're piloting the number 22 Porsche 963 hypercar in this inaugural PCA24 sim race. They want to raise $1,000 to support Operation Motorsport, which is a non-profit organisation that aids injured and wounded veterans across the US and Canada. And by harnessing the power of esports and sim racing, Operation Motorsport helps veterans in their mental health recovery by reducing anxiety, promoting social interaction, and enhancing cognitive function. Donate today and empower our veterans in rebuilding purpose, identity, and teams. A very worthy cause indeed. And right on cue, the Operation Motorsport team come in for what should be their final pit stop of the race with 36 minutes on the clock.
And now this is the crunch time. Again, to emphasize too, if you want to finish up the job for your cause, this is the time where you just have to make sure you lock in and push to the end, right? And right now, the Atmo machine doing a solid job to be in the conversation and very likely going to be top 5, if not 6th, with how they've raced this race.
Very impressive. Yeah, very impressive to finish top 5 overall. If they can do that, the final pit stop being completed right now. The MAASR team, which stands for, I love this, marginally above average sim racers, they've raised nearly $3,000 for their cause for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. Well done to you all, guys. Scott Kessel letting us know about that in our YouTube chat. Thank you very much for that update. That's wonderful to hear, and congratulations on raising such a great sum of money for a really, really worthwhile cause. It's a condition that it works in many ways. It's not just the research of finding a cure for it, it's also supporting those who deal with it as well. Physiotherapy, massage is a huge part of cystic fibrosis treatment, recovery, etc. So well done, guys, for that. So if we'll give them a final push, let's get them to 3.5. Why not? With 35 minutes to go. So in the GD3 category, will be about 5 laps to go till the end of their fuel tank. Whether they pit between now and then is an interesting one. 34 minutes left on the clock, so if they did pit at the end of that stint, it would be about 15 minutes to go. Full Send Racing, the gap is just solidifying a little bit now. It's sort of settling at around 17 seconds between your leader, Saltbeck Precision Racing in the 112 car, and the 222 of Full Send Racing. And in GTE, Matrix Bronze lead the way with a minute and 20-second gap, with Imperial with Matrix Bronze with it, so Matrix Bronze it's a minute and 20 seconds gap, but Matrix Bronze do need another stop. Not a very long one, albeit, but they need a stop nonetheless. So that gap will come down a little, although it still will be, unless short of any disaster, will be in the favour of Matrix Bronze in GTE.
This kind of is what I was wondering about for the latter stage. I was expecting this last pit stop in terms of timing, but Pies better figure out a way to stretch that extra gas you mentioned, and fast, because Matthew Siddall, with him being very comfortable on gas, can just go push, try and pressurize the mistake. Already closing up a couple tenths per straightaway right now. Siddall seems to be in prime position right now to be able to get the pass back pretty soon. And the pretty soon could be with the next 3 laps.
So with 33 minutes to go on the clock, one person who's been hugely important in this event is Doug Atkinson, who has done an amazing job putting everything together, and you can't imagine how much is involved in organising a 24-hour race, getting all the entrants together, getting the team names, getting the paint schemes in, and getting that all together. And with 32 minutes to go, Doug has got a little announcement for us here on our stream on RaceSpotTV. So, Doug, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, RaceSpotTV. Appreciate you guys doing a fabulous job for our first PCA 24. A big thank you to all of our teams who made it through the entire session, and for them accomplishing several $1,000s to the beneficiaries that they were representing. Another truly wonderful response. So again, thank you, RaceSpotTV. You guys are terrific. And let's see it to the finish. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you for your kind words. And yeah, we echo those sentiments. Fantastic job from all the teams to get together and raise money for such worthwhile causes. 31 minutes to go then, nearly into the final half hour of this inaugural PCA 24. The Porsche Club of America has such a rich history of motorsport with this great brand, the Porsche brand, which emerged from difficult times. 1948, the first Porsche badged road car from the Porsche company itself emerged from a little timber shed in the village of Gmünd in Austria. The father and son team creating an incredible car, the Porsche 356, from aluminium bodies where there really just was not much raw material around. And 3 years later, they were at this very circuit winning their first class win, first of over 100 class wins at Le Mans. And it's really been a home from home ever since. No manufacturer has won more times at Le Mans than Porsche, 19 wins, and the Porsche Club of America play a huge role in the overall Porsche global motorsport ecosystem. Such a high participation across all the various regions, but that of course extends here into virtual motorsport as well. So it's a real privilege for us all here at RaceSpotTV to be involved. ST Racing Esports, number 38, into the pits then for a final pit stop, and half an hour between them and a victory. I mean, we've heard about the Danny Sullivan spin in the win, JP, but the crash into the gravel and win is a new one.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to say the very least. But hey, it's not about how it started. It's not about how rocky the road can be. It's about making it through said roads to get to where you want to be. And if you want to be in victory lane, sometimes you have to go over the Rocky Mountain. Sometimes you have it smooth, like running over flat pointed grass. Other cases, like Ronin Racing, it gets very twisty.
Oh, that's more than twisty. That's a twirl and a bit of contact there. Ronin Racing, number 443, 11th in class, and they're now in the pits. Now, which Fendi car was that? Was it the third place, number 23, or was it the 400 in 11th in GT3? Did you see, JP? I just missed it there.
I think I missed that on the number 2, but it doesn't matter in that case. Ronin's had a rough time. They had, believe, just exited the pits too.
Well, shouldn't... Yeah, they won't make a difference to their overall position as things stand right now. But yeah, that's for the Fendi Racing team. If it was the 23, they're sitting in a podium position, and that was a bullet dodge there for them. Now, Jorge Soligo in GT3 carries on. They've both done now to refresh my timing screen, I think, as they... Where do they sit at the moment? Yes, they've just done their pit stop. So Jorge Soligo decided at last to take that final stop, get that fast... Now, did they use the fast repair? There's the other one. No, they didn't. I don't believe it, JP. They've not used the fast repair.
That's interesting. So whatever was going on with the car, whether it be tires, whether it be, well, you know, having a turnaround, it seems like they've flipped the switch, so to speak, now that they've been able to pit. Can they get the spot back despite all that and struggling and looking like they were not going to be anywhere close to the same pace. They are getting close to draft distance of some lap cars, at least in interclass traffic in different classes, to even try and leapfrog. This would be a bit astounding here based on that. Or it was now in the question. We thought it was going to be damage based on what we're seeing at the front of that race car here. But I wonder more so if it was just the tires.
No, I think it was more the aerodynamics that was a problem. Yeah. But in essence, it doesn't. Yeah. At the moment, it's both cars can make it to the. Something's got to have happened to Solpec then, at some stage, for that gap to have. Yeah, so Solpec have taken a much longer stop, to the tune of 8 seconds.
Similar to that of what we've seen the last strategy, which would make it make sense in terms of the equalization, so to speak. But the equalization still, because of all the incidents he's full send behind, now the thing's going to be, can Kevin Simpson maintain pace? I think they made another swap too. It's going to be a tough situation for the final stretch. Right now, I think the precision car has the upper hand because Saligo, when he's getting in the tire tracks of our cars here, just seems to go backwards.
Yeah, so I am absolutely flabbergasted that Full Send Racing have not used their fast repair there. That just says to me that you're keeping it in hand in case you have a big wreck and just to finish the race. I mean, I don't understand why you wouldn't use it to at least have a try at winning this race. Provided our timing information is correct, it could be that our information is incorrect and they don't have any fast repairs left. But by the information we have on our timing screen, they have one fast repair remaining. Why would you not use it? I do not understand that.
Yeah. It's an interesting dynamic, but I still think Solpac Precision has the race in hand because Saligo just is still not putting up the pace. I know people would say, why use the fast repair? Why keep it checked if you have no damage? At that point, you don't know if there's any non-fixable damage on the race car because you don't really find out until you're up on the jack, per se, on oh, we can't fix all the damage, we're just going to leave it. Because that does happen a lot now on the stock car side. It's a good example where, say, you end up having door damage or fender damage in a stock car. They'll tell you, oh, we're just going to leave some of it. We're just going to leave residual damage. You don't want to risk residual damage to cost your chance for a race win.
Yeah, I just, it is a mystery to me. The only reason I could think of why you keep it up your sleeves is if you were wondering if you were going against the risk of, yeah, that front right definitely has damage and that will slow it down the straight. There's no question about it. So the only reason you would keep your fast repair in your pocket is to make sure you got to the end of the race. But to be honest, if you finish second or DNF, well, you wouldn't be DNF either because you've completed a certain number of laps. So even if you lost a few laps, you would still finish, in the top. You would still finish up in the top 5 or so. So you've still got a good finish. So I just don't get it why you wouldn't fix the car. Well, if you've got that fast repair, just use it. Because now they're both fueled to the end of the race. So it's not as if Solpec have to pit, as if they've got a pit stop in hand. They don't. That is a real time gap of 6.9, I'd call it 7 seconds. I'm absolutely flabbergasted.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision, is all I can really say. Now 7-8 seconds. 22 minutes to go, though. Oh, somebody's going on and off in the backdrop for a sand day. But outside of that, it's so far looking like all the strategies are starting to really stack up. Matrix, interesting enough in GTE, I'm noticing on that pylon too, did lose about a second all of a sudden. So sometimes the strategies end up having a secret door where you have secrets that get unfolded or unveiled as the race goes on. This seems to be the case.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, Imperial Motorsports leading now in GTE by 2.5 seconds. They do need a pit stop. They cannot they have a maximum of 4 laps left on their tank of fuel, which will not get them home. Even 5 laps wouldn't get them home on their tanks. So that would Matrix basically, I think, of just I wouldn't even bother trying to overtake. I think you just sit behind Imperial and wait for them to come into the pit. So, but yeah, thank you very much to Ryan O'Connor for writing into us. Says the 112, that's the leading car in GT3, the Solpec car, it split its fuel on the last 2 stints, so actually sort of back timed it to the end of the race. That's what's brought it back into the same strategy as the full send car. And after these stops, the full send car is just, that gap is increasing again and again and again. Because, as we've seen with other cars on track, it just doesn't have the straight line speed because the aerodynamics is damaged at the front right.
Yeah, even with the lighter fuel, I don't think that's going to be the matter too much right now at this point with the damage situation. I think Solpec Precision Racing planned this out perfectly for the very end of this race. Now strategized full send, and full send just ended up getting left out of the dust, it looks like.
Yeah, seems so, but look at what we've seen with some of the, some of the little confusion points and little disagreements in traffic that we've seen just in the last hour between prototypes and GT cars, that it can really, you can have an incident that happens around you, you lose a few seconds, then all of a sudden it's game on. So it's far from over, but Full Send Racing definitely battling with one hand tied behind their back here with 19 minutes to go in this PCA 24-hour. ST Racing Esports are your race leader right now by just under 3 minutes from their sister car, number 30, ST Racing Esports. So Mark Woodshall, who's been at the wheel of that leading car for quite a while, as has Cameron Martineau in second. Pat Pelchat is in third at the moment for Solpec Precision Racing. And they're okay they're all okay on their pit strategy. So there's 30 seconds back from second to third at the moment. Phoenix Racing, they're sitting in fourth, and MAASR CF Foundation Racing, they sit in fifth overall. But Matrix Bronze in the GTE category on your screen right now, they might be sitting in second right now, 2.5 seconds behind the leading car, Imperial Motorsports, but Imperial Motorsports cannot make it to the finish on the fuel that they have. They have to pit. Imperial Motorsports just completed their 11th lap of their stint, so they've got 3 laps left. Totals to just under 12 minutes, so they are going to have to pit with about 6 minutes to go, which is pretty agonising.
Yeah, and that's why I think Matrix has kept their composure, kept themselves cool as cucumbers, I guess you can say, like the number plate in terms of the coloring, just been doing well. And Matthew Siddall, I think, has been the bedrock to that, because before you might have had the thought of panic, we're losing time, but no, instead they just played the race as it needed to go, didn't panic about losing the lead. No big picture that they're going to be better in the long term, and right now that seems to be the case.
So down into Mulsanne then. Now, what's happened to Code Red? Oh, it's Code Brown for Mehmet Karate as he loses the rear there. A little bit of an exciting moment. And they get back going again. That's just at the Forest S's there. Thankfully, no damage there, so they can keep going. Code Red at the moment, they're running 9th in class, so in line for a top 10 finish in the GT3 category.
Yeah. We'll give a shout out to 3rd spot in that class, by the way, to maintain the lead lap for them. Lost in pace. They were in a fierce battle for a long time with Sim HQ, but in the end, able to get the upper hand, I think, over James Andrew and his squad. Just being able to keep themselves in pace and keep themselves focused on said pace to keep it to 3 cars on the lead lap right now.
Yeah, Lost in Pace and Sim HQ. They were the two rabbits at the start of the race. They really, charged off at the front and were really threatening. They've had little issues here and there, which is taking them out of the fight. Everyone's had little issues to contend with. It's just how significant those issues are. Interestingly, Matthew Siddle closing the gap down to the Imperial Motorsports car. Again, remember, Imperial Motorsports in the lead of GTE, they do need to pit within the next 9 minutes. They need to come in for a final splash of fuel to get them over the line. The thing is with this track, because it's so long, you can do a lot of fuel saving, but it's so long that it's so difficult to get that extra lap, and I don't believe anyone has managed it.
Yeah, and some
crash.
trouble.
Oh no, it's the number 22. It's the Operation Motorsport car is off at the Porsche curves. Into the wall at the Porsche curves. That's a hugely quick part of the circuit. Let's get a look then. Coming into the first one. Oh, and it just doesn't turn into the gravel. Trying to get it to stop. And somehow, well, keeps it out the wall. I'm not entirely sure how Tyler Gilmette did that, but he kept it out of the fence. Wow, that was close.
That could have been disastrous for the GTE leaders too, right in their path. Great job to keep it locked down and kept it to the bottom.
That is, well, a perfect example of how, we talk about fractions of a second, a little strategical nuances back and forth, but with something like that happens, that can just throw the whole thing up in the air. Now, your two leaders, GTE, here leader Imperial Motorsport with Christopher Pies driving that RSR 17. Then in second, Matrix Bronze. Now, yes, the Imperial car owes us a stop, but the fact that we've got the two leading cars nose to tail with 30 minutes to go, frankly remarkable. Remember, folks, no safety cars at all, no full course yellow. This is on pure pace. Absolutely remarkable.
And they're going to have to do with a lot of traffic for GTE pretty soon. A lot of those GTPs starting to close up pretty quickly here. Might open up some opportunities for Siddle to try and just tuck in behind. Just has to be in the right spot. Looks like, if anything, the prototypes are just going to conform to the GTEs.
Seems so. It's game on again in GT3 though, because Jorge Saligo has found a little bit of extra pace. He pulled a bit of a gap on the previous lap. He's just taken 0.6 of a second on the last lap from Kevin Simpson for Solpec Racing. The gap at GT3 is down to 6.2 seconds, and that is a real-time gap. They're both fueled to the end of the race, so that is a clean fight. 6.2 seconds for the battle in GT3, 12 minutes to go, which is going to be about 4 laps to go. So can Jorge Saligo find, would need to be a second and a half a lap. It's a big ask, but it is not impossible either.
It's not impossible, but it's going to be extremely challenging, I think, at this point, because I don't think Saligo has really showcased the ability to be the half a second on average quicker, let alone 1.5. it's going to require Solpec Precision to have a bad moment. And at this point, I think Solpec Precision's just got the faster car.
Certainly with that little bit of damage that Full Send Racing are carrying, and again, I come back to the point, if they had if they'd taken that last fast repair, they'd have had more pace. Would it be enough to win the race? Hard to say, but at least it would give a better fighting chance. Of course, the other theory is that they haven't used it because they want it to up their sleeve to make sure that they stay on the podium. Ryan O'Connor thinks that might well be the case. That's certainly one strategy point. For me, when you're so close to a win, you got to go for the win. You've got to go for it. When there's no championship points at stake, anything like that, it's win it or not. And I think if you've got that sniff of a chance, you've got to go for it.
Exactly. And I understand you want to get the podium at least to showcase your abilities for the socials or for the team morale or anything in that regard. But what can you say? First is better than second to showcase that if you're looking for wins. Great if you're looking to finish the race. Absolutely agree with that viewpoint. It's just if you have the chance for the win, it could be a question of what could have been for the rest of this entire time now for them.
No question about it. And yeah, not many people remember who comes second. People remember who wins the races. You look down the list of Le Mans winners, champions over the years, and it would take a real statistician to tell you who was second place in those races. So it's about getting the win. Just coming in now towards the final 10 minutes, 23 hours and 50 minutes in the books here in this inaugural PCA 24 at Le Circuit de la Sarthe, a track where they've raced on for over 100 years. It was real pioneers who came and raced here for the very first time. It took a while for Porsche to make their debut in 1951, but they've been coming back ever since. Look back to those early days in the 1920s where the Bentley boys, they used to pack up their cars from London, take the mechanic in the car, take the spares in the car and drive down to take on this seemingly impossible 24-hour challenge. Now the reliability of modern day racing cars makes it not so much a challenge for the vehicle, but will always be a challenge for a driver. Matthew Siddle for Matrix Bronze, sitting second right now in GTE. I'm quite happy to sit behind Imperial Motorsports in the lead, and you would think that's crazy with 9 minutes to go in a 24-hour race. Why are you not attacking? Well, they know that Imperial Motorsports have to pit, and quite likely by the end of this lap, if not definitely by the lap after this.
We'll say at least they know the speed bits, right? With the middle of the road, we've seen that pick up a little bit more straight line speed by a couple hundredths. It's all about those couple hundredths, just trying to follow slipstream to slipstream. Matrix Bronze, though, I don't think is as good on the straightaways we've seen here in the midst of this, even with the pressure they're having to apply here. They've been much better corner-wise this entire time.
They have, yeah, they have. Heading up now over the brow and down towards Indianapolis, and taking no risk through here, just bringing the car down smoothly on the brakes. Remember, these 911 RSRs have no anti-lock braking, so you don't want to lock up a tyre or anything like that. Just nice and smooth, beautifully smooth from Matthew Siddle. And at the front of the field, our race leader just got under 8 minutes to go with a 2 minute and 55 second lead. Remember, our race leader, ST Racing Esports, they were in the gravel, they were in the fence on lap 1, and they've had to fight back. But that's exactly what they've done. Remarkable stuff, absolutely remarkable. And just a couple more laps for them between a historic win in this inaugural PCA 24. Siddle now, will they see will he see Imperial Motorsports and Christopher Pies go in for that final agonising splash and dash? Yes, he will. So in goes Christopher Pies then, and Matrix Bronze will take the lead then with 7 minutes to go here at Le Mans.
Cool as can be on that, and heartbreaking for Imperial Motorsports. They had the pace to be able to compete, but almost just tried as hard as they could to get on the cycle, try to get towards where they could play defense in the final moments, but unfortunately, just not enough. They just had to go for the agonizing splash and dash, obviously not going on the jack.
That's it won't be long. Yep, there you go already. Just a quick splash of fuel and back out onto the track. Looking like at this stage, second position for Imperial Motorsports. It's been a remarkable effort. I think they were a lap away, maybe 2 laps, but possibly 1 lap away from not needing that final splash and dash. Then we would have had a very, very different story. But racing is one of fine margins. But for it to, JP, I mean, you've seen a lot of virtual races, a lot of virtual 24-hour races in your time. This has got to rank up there in terms of one of the tightest, certainly one of the tightest I've personally seen. What about you?
In some of these intervals, absolutely, because there have been some years where we called it and the separations were a full lap for some of the positions, position by position, top split competitions. This ranks up there as one of the closest in regards to having 2 or 3 of the 3 classes in the conversation for position battles at the very end. We had a stretch of those a couple of years ago, yes, but this is even closer than some of those razor-thin margins from the 2022 era.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Really, really impressive. So after that splash and dash, the gap now up to 35 seconds between your leader in GTE, Matrix Bronze, Matthew Siddle, and Imperial Motorsports, Christopher Pies. In GT3, the gap is coming back in the favour more so of Solpec Racing. I think there was an issue on the last lap for the 222 of Jorge Soligo. He was a 4 minute and 5 seconds last time by, as opposed to a 3 minute 58 for Kevin Simpson. So maybe some issue there for Jorge Soligo on that previous lap. He looks to be fine at the moment, but definitely dropped a lot of time. I mean, he was 8 seconds slower than his previous lap. So Jorge Soligo, something not quite right on that last lap, as there's just over 4 minutes to go.
And at the very least, they'll get the podium. I think they'll be happy in that part at least, but I mean, there's only so many ways we can say what it could have been without it sounding like the same thing over and over at this point. But it's been a great event overall. I think we can say that for certain. We've had a lot of clean racing. We've seen the drivers respect each other. We've seen the drivers, in many cases, have to put up Ironman-style performances. That's been done in the past in the PCA. It's been the type of event this year where, in the very end, it's about raising the funds for charity. It's about racing for a good cause. And that's where I think a lot of the drivers' focuses lied upon here in this event was, we just want to finish and prove that we can finish this event in good standing while raising funds. Like, some teams raising the $500 to $1,000, some in the $3,000 range for the respective charities is mightily impressive.
It is, and that's the biggest achievement of all, I think, from this race. I'm sure a lot of these drivers have done 24-hour races before on the iRacing platform. If they haven't, that's a great, I mean, that amazing achievement to do that for the very first time. But the big achievement here is the collective effort for the Alzheimer's Foundation of America, the American Cancer Society, the American Red Cross, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and Operation Motorsport. Great work by all to raise money for those wonderful charities, those wonderful causes that do such selfless work to do good all in various aspects of life. Just over 2 minutes to go then, here in the PCA 24 at Le Mans. ST Racing Esports number 38, your overall leader, the Matrix Bronze team, leading in GTE, and Solpec, your leader by just 12 seconds in GT3. I mean, whichever way you look at it, JP, GT3 is, I mean, to go down to just 12 seconds on pure pace, no safety cars, no full course yellows, nothing like that. Quite remarkable.
Extremely remarkable, and showcases a lot of the work these teams put in on setups, on pace, on practice, on preparation, on trying to make sure they stay focused for these 24 hours. It takes a lot of effort to do so.
Oh, and problem for Soligo.
Their slowdown?
Yeah, think so. Sorry, JP.
I was about to say, regardless of the point there, it takes work to be able to make the effort of 24 hours. It takes a lot of things going right. And for the teams that do make it to the finish here, they can proudly say that everything went right in their story, in their script. To be able to make it to that final chapter of the book, you said, to be able to complete said book for this year's PCA 24.
So clocking down to 4 o'clock virtual time here on the virtual 15th of June. That's one of the advantages that iRacing gives us. We can set it up exactly like the real thing, and that's exactly what we have done. So with 15 seconds left to get us, just over 10 seconds left to get to that 24-hour mark, and our race leader making way along down the hill now to complete what has been an amazing fight back and an amazing build-up of a lead coming through Indianapolis. ST Racing Esports, I'm sure team owner Samantha Tan will be watching and delighted with her crew and what they've done for that team, the team that's had great success in the outdoor world motorsport, but also in the virtual sense as well. To this 38 crew, it's been a heroic final stint from that for the driver Mark Leutschel, Chris Sivert and Peter Brett. A 3-driver crew, that's a big physical effort, and the ST Racing car coming in behind one of the GT machines. I think it's actually the Imperial Motorsports car, ironically, as they come through then through the last few corners. ST Racing Esports, after 24 hours of one of the greatest, if not the greatest, racetrack in the world, ST Racing Esports are your inaugural PCA 24-hour champions.
And well done on the pace already. The celebrations on as they close it out. A podium for Precision as well on top of it. A dominating performance from ST Racing Esports in the very end.
Hugely dominant, and they finished just ahead there of Imperial Motorsports, so that means that in GTE, Matrix Bronze are on effectively a lap of honour, and a final few sectors of honour for Solpec Precision Racing, number 112, coming through the Porsche curves for the final time. They were pushed all the way by Full Send Racing. It was such an effort from Full Send. They threw everything at it, but they're going to come up just short. Ray Kingsbury, a great final stint here alongside his teammates Kevin Simpson, David Mendoca and Adrian Kukolas as they come through that final chicane for that rush of elation that is winning here at Le Mans, and that is exactly what Solpec Precision Racing have achieved.
Very well done on speed, on strategy, showcasing why they were in the conversation, multiple different classes for the W. But that pace was just rapid in the very end. It looks like their teammates are waiting for their celebration.
Well, that's everyone loves donuts, both of the edible and the smoking tire kind, and that's what they're going to get there up by the chicane and do some donuts, get some photographs. Fantastic. And for Matrix Bronze, again, pushed all the way by not just one but several cars in the GTE category, and it was a return to competition for the much loved RSR 17, a car which was retired a few years ago now, but had an amazing record here at Le Mans. It won in the Pro category, it won in the AM category, and it was really a rolling orchestra with the noise that comes out of that 4-litre flat 6, but it lives on here in the sim, and great to see it back racing again. And Matrix Bronze, they have mastered this strategical challenge that is getting the best out of this car, and the strategy, of course, not able to throw tyres on while fuel was going in, so that was always a battle to try and make those tyres last as long as possible. But through the Porsche curves they come for the final time then. Matthew Siddle going to take it to the... He's going to get the honour of taking it to the flag, and his teammates Jordan Dyer, David Neely and Lenny Holland, I'm sure, watching on with big goofy grins on their faces, and rightly so, into these final 2 chicanes then. And Matthew Siddle and the Matrix Bronze team win gold here in the GTE class. Oh, with one car having a crash in front of them. Oh, now that's something I've never seen before, JP.
Yeah, somebody got the celebration out a little bit too early.
Well, we've mentioned the CF Foundation car, which has raised over $3,000. They also got to the end without using a fast repair and only 35 incident points. I'm not quite sure how you do that.
That's mightily impressive, actually, here. Usually we've seen people a little bit higher than that. But hey, the last of the finishers coming out second, in fact, for GTP, just coming to the line now.
Yeah, 1-2 for ST Racing. Cameron Martineau brings the number 30 car over the line then. Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Great to see, and we're going to get a bit of a photo finish then with these, or a photo after the finish for these 2 ST Racing cars. They look fantastic in those ST Racing colours. So your results then confirmed. Mark Whiteshaw brings home the number 38 ST Racing Esports car to lead a 1-2 for that squad. Pat Pelchat brings over the Solpec Precision Racing car for a podium, with Phoenix Racing in 4th and the MAASR CF Foundation Racing Machine rounding out the top 5. Operation Motorsport, they finished in 6th. Kinaran Racing were 7th. Then it was Schadenfreude Fodder and the 2 Stallions Racing Team's cars rounding out the top 10. Ronin Racing finished in 11th. Then it was Spanners Motorsport, Point Break Esports and Scuderia Chicken House. In GTE, well, it was tight. It says 1 lap there, but that was only really where the leader finished. It was very tight between the Matrix Bronze and Imperial Motorsports crew, but going in the favour of Matrix Bronze. Lost in pace, a podium for them, but a story of maybe what could have been. Sim HQ Motorsports were 4th, and Flying Lion round out your top 5. In GT3, well, 15 seconds was all that separated between Solpec Precision Racing, your winners, and Full Send Racing Team. Fendi Racing Team round out the podium in 3rd. Then it was Wabbit Racing, Spanish Racing Association, Matrix Silver, the 2 CMS Racing cars, the Code Red Team, and the CARS Racing Squad round out the top 10. And a special mention to Gareth Earl and the Fendi Racing Black Team. Gareth doing a 7-hour solo stint through the night to get that car to the finish, which they did. Lawless Racing comes home in 12th. Well, what an inaugural PCA 24. Fantastic to be involved in this inaugural running of the event. Lots of drivers to come and have a chat with us, but let's try and get a chat with our number 38 crew, our race winners. And it didn't start off in the best way, it must be said, but they fought back hard, and we'll see if we can get them up to into our broadcast room and speak to the winners of the race. The number 38 ST Racing Porsche GTP car. Your winners Mark Wojtschall, Chris Severt and Peter Brett. I'm sure they're all having a bit of a debrief at the moment. Let's see if we can get them in to the interview waiting area. And first of all, Chris Severt of the winning team is down with Justin Prince.
Chris, first things first. Hello! How are you feeling about saying hello to Victory Lane?
It feels pretty good. I can't say I knew we had a chance to get it. I didn't totally expect to actually like get the win today. You know, so much can happen in 24 hours. Like lap one with us when we got, crashed out and a penalty. We kind of, I guess didn't make any more major mistakes after that. And it all just kind of piled up. Everyone had issues, and we didn't have any more big issues after that, I guess.
Overall, though, how does it feel to be a part of an event like this here at the 24 Hours with PCA competition here today and be able to be a part of a good cause today?
Feels pretty good, honestly, this was my first event with the PCA, and overall, it seemed to be pretty fun. I might have to come back and do some more later.
Overall, you mentioned the incidents for the opening lap. What was the biggest challenge about coming back from said incidents for you and your team?
Honestly, I would say for the team, so many things going on. Not to get super in our headspace about setting the best pace. It was so much about not getting track cuts and slowdowns, and maybe trying to avoid dying to traffic occasionally. Just kind of getting in a nice flow state was kind of a bit of a challenge, I think, for a couple of us.
Well, on that note here, anyone you want to give a shout out to here?
I haven't prepped any of that, but big shout out to Mark. He did a huge job setting most of the stints of the race, going absolutely killing it. Giving me the rundown how to fuel save. Cam for being a good old team manager for us. And STR for for being a great team. Let's just put it that way.
Well, it said trust the process on your rear wing here for today. The process sees you pick up the win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Really, really excited about it.
You can hear the excitement from Chris, Peter.
You can. Yeah, it's great. Chris, I think he's a little bit shell-shocked there. He doesn't quite know what to say. Well, I'm sure our GTE winners will be equally excited. Matt Siddle was the one who took it to the flag, but alongside Shane McNeely, Lenny Holland and Jordan Dyer, 3 out of the 4 of them join us now. JP, down to you.
Yes, indeed, and I'll start things off with you, Matt. First of all, how does it feel for you and your team to be able to win the PCA 24 for your class?
Oh, it was amazing. That was a really good experience. We're all exhausted, I'm sure. I know I am. My hands are hurting, they're red, but it was worth it. And plenty of adversity. We had in the first stint, Jordan's cat walked over his keyboard and shut his engine off. So that was 18 seconds lost, and then we had a power cut in the middle of the night as well. And we still managed to get through it. So great team, awesome drive.
Who was the power cut with, just to confirm?
Jordan.
So with the same driver?
Yeah.
Wow, he had extremely bad luck in this one. But I'll ask you then, Shay, how was it a part of the recovery effort from the kitty cat, and from the power from your perspective?
Well, it was really just pushing the whole time. I think Matt might be able to correct me on this. I think I did a 10-hour total throughout the race. It was just all push the whole time. The last stint was a whole lot of mixing around with strategy, but ultimately I think we got it done.
Overall, Lenny, to you, what's this win mean for you and your team to be able to come away with the win and be able to hold off the pressure from Imperial throughout this race?
This was my second endurance race, so I'm just proud to be on the team. Matt, Shay, Jordan, they all did a great job. Well, we overcame so many things and just adapted, so it's just been a great race.
Matt, who is a part of the great race that you like to give a shout out to?
Well, we have our team, Matrix Motorsport, and a big shout out to those guys for just being supportive, organising practices, and being there for us.
Well, congratulations once again on the class victory today in GTE. Well done, you guys.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Matrix, fully happy, Peter.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Yeah, they're definitely. They had, well, that's a new one for me. The cat walked across the keyboard and shut the engine off. I'm sure there's a meme about that. I've seen a meme of a cat knocking things off the television before, but that is a new one. And then a power cut. Well, let's finally get a chat then with our GT3 winners who were pushed right to the end. Adrian Kokolouis and Kevin Simpson join us now. JP, let's see what they got to say.
Hey, Adrian. Hey, indeed. Adrian, I'll start with you. First things first for you guys. How's it feel to win this class for this event?
It's unbelievable. We were down, a minute and a half. We thought we were out of it, but we persisted, and we came good on strategy, and somehow we made it stick, and it was just a great result for the team.
Kevin, talk to us about the final stint of this race as well. You were one of those put in the clutch for this race. What was it like between you and Full Send going back and forth on intervals?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I was a little bit shaken getting behind the wheel behind Jorge. He's a monster, so I spent a lot of time watching from his perspective as he was tracking us down. So I'll be honest, when I jumped into the wheel with a 4-second lead, I wasn't supremely confident, but got a couple breaks with traffic, made Professor Cuckoo there, Adrian, he did a brilliant job with strategy and put us in the position, to be in the lead to begin with. So I just drove it home. We got a couple of breaks. I didn't have to push too much. He just got unlucky, honestly.
In turn, Adrian, back to you for the next question here. What does this mean for the whole organization to win in a race that in turn brings awareness and brings fundraising to so many different events, but also get your team a big victory, especially when it comes to Precision Racing family?
Yeah, it's great for the team. It was an awesome event to be part of. Everyone, all the teams who organise this event were part of it, and who raise funds for good proceeds and for good purposes. The team at Precision Racing, leading into each event, we work around the clock to get set up stinting, and to be 100% prepared for each event. So appreciate everyone for today. David, Kevin, and Ray were mega today in the team, just with the stints and the times and staying safe out there. Sure, we got a bit unlucky, but we were persistent and we did awesome. I'd like to just thank our sponsors, Precision Racing League, Solpec, Abruzzi Racewear, and just all the team back at base who just put in hours and hours of work to get these events and to get us up to speed, and all the training, all the setup work. It's just been fantastic.
Once again, guys, congratulations on your class victory here today.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, Thank you. And one special mention to all our supportive partners who make this happen for all of us. And this is a hobby, and without them, a lot of this wouldn't be possible.
So it's Sopec Precision Racing coming away with their class victory today, Peter.
Yeah, it was an amazing job from them to be able to hold off that challenge from Full Send Racing, which was just relentless. But it's not just the winners who have a story to tell. In fact, we have someone joining us now who I think might have the best story of all to tell. We talk about how an endurance race is like a book full of a chapter for each car. Well, the Fendi Racing team have got a hero in their ranks, Gareth Earl, who had a 7-hour solo stint, and he is with Justin Prince right now for a little chat.
Gareth, first of all, how did you get into a situation where you had to run 7+ hours?
Well, as Peter just said, it's the stories, the build-ups. You expect the unexpected. So I finished my first lot stint, and I asked the lads, right, what time do you want me back? So he said, right, go and get 6 hours sleep. Went and got 6 hours sleep. Woke up, went to jump on, realised that there was no one actually in the car, and I was like, so what's going on? Noticed that there'd been an incident within the pits, and I was like, well, if no one else is gonna finish it, I'm just gonna jump in and I'm just gonna drive and drive and drive. So it just kind of happened from there. As being a member of the team, as you say, there's no I in team. We do it together. I was the only person who actually was awake at that time because of my stint. So I just went with it. It was hard fought. It was a big battle. I had a couple of incidents myself, but I got through it, and yeah, it was 7 hours 15 minutes is a big stint for anybody, and I'm absolutely broken at the minute, absolutely broken.
I was going to say, what was the teammate reaction based on that then when they realized, oh, that car that's been sitting in the pit lane's back on the racetrack? What was kind of the reaction from the team to you saying, I'm just going to drive?
Well, there was actually nobody on at the time. I actually had to go and contact my other Fendi race team to see if they could get in contact with somebody to try and to come on and assist me. But there was no one. And for the last, we did eventually get in contact with one of our other drivers. I want a big shout out to him, Eduardo Bassino. Absolutely fantastic. He came in, he took me out of the car for a couple of hours. So the reaction was, what the hell? What's going on? And I just explained I wasn't prepared to give up that easily. I'm a person that if I want to do something and I put my mind to it, I will do it. So the reaction from everyone was just unbelievable. The comments from all my teammates have just been overwhelming. Yeah, they have kind of said I'm now the king of endurance, but no, I'm no king of endurance. I'm just a sim racer who enjoys racing.
Overall, though, how does it feel to be a part of an event like this and show that no quit mentality in the PCA24?
It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Probably I would go as far to say, even though it was just Porsches that were involved, I would actually go as far to say it was, if not on par with the majors, which I did take part in. This race though was a whole different ball game. All I can say is absolutely fantastic. Really enjoyed it. It's what we love. As a sim racer, we do these things. We put ourselves into these situations. And it was just all in all, it was just an outstanding, fantastic race. Thoroughly enjoyed it, Justin.
Well, anybody you want to give a shout out to from Fendi Racing Team Black?
massive shout out to my team manager, Dan Fendick, my other race team mate, Eduardo. Massive shout out to him. Massive shout out to Ryan, Atlas, everyone who actually participated on the Fendi Black team, and to the guys who our other Fendi team, Luke, Brandon, Steve. Well done to them for getting for the position that they got. They ran an absolutely fantastic race. And just a massive shout to everybody who actually took part in the PCA. It's been an absolute pleasure. It really has.
Well, congratulations on finishing 7 hours and 15 minutes of a stint.
Thank you very much, Justin. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Well, Peter, you said he'd have a story to tell. He definitely had a story.
That's the story, yeah. A story of no quit attitude. I love that. That's fantastic. Well, the Solpec 111 team, who were third in GTP, third overall. Pat Pelchat, Jesse Lyon, Karsten Quint, and Fabrizio Rivera have all waited around to have a chat. So, JP, over to you.
Yes, indeed, once again. So I'll start things off with you, Patrick. How does it feel about the podium to be able to finish this event and finish in the top 3 overall?
I think it's been a bit of a surprise. We were not really looking at the P3. I'd say like halfway through, we had a lot of bad luck. I personally had a power outage, like just a flash. And I had to tow, and Fabrizio had an internet issue, and a lot of bad luck. And I think we just pulled it through and got P3. I think we're pretty happy about it, to be honest.
Jesse, you were behind the wheel too, and one of the battles we were keeping an eye on for the third step on the podium. Talk us through that battle that in turn led to your team getting third.
I'm really good friends with Thomas, so I know the guys over at Adrenaline a lot, and when I came up behind them, I knew that they were just telling Thomas to defend as hard as they can, and we had a big gap to P4, or the cars behind us, so no fast repairs, so I tried to play it a little safe. He was playing a little bit more aggressive, and decided to poke my nose as much as I could, but we didn't have very good straight line speed compared to some minimum wing cars, so it was a little bit of a waiting game down the straights, and we just traded blows over and over. It was a lot of fun. I scared Pat a few times. He definitely thought the car was going to get totaled. I'm sure of it, but it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that battle. I gotta give a shout out to them because they were a really good group to have around.
Over to you, Fabrizio. So how would you describe the difficulties of a race like this? How would you describe the team's battle to be able to make it through this race?
Well, it's a 24-hour event, so you're already kind of fighting against windmills all the time. It's always such a big effort to just finish, and finishing in P3 feels quite good. I think we had a very fast car. I think without our own issues, we would have had a go at battling for the lead throughout the race, as we were in the first part of the race. But I think we can still be happy with a podium finish and look proudly on our own effort. I think it was quite good. Everyone put in their time, their effort. We all did very well, I think. And so I think we can all be proud of our own effort.
Karsten, anything else you'd like to add involving your team or give a shout out to?
I don't know. It's hard to say. It's just a really long race, and I'm really thankful that these guys brought me along for it. I'm nowhere near their pace, and they kind of took me under their wing all week, try to get me up to pace. So that was kind of fun.
Well, on that note, guys, congratulations on your top 3 overall in this race.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank yous all around, Peter.
Yeah, great effort from those guys. Wonderful to hear the story of their race and what they achieved over those 24 hours. Before we sign off, JP, your final thoughts on this inaugural PCA 24.
Again, a great pause, a great race, a great effort by many of these teams to be able to emphasize what it means to be an endurance racer and what it means to run 24 hours. The PCA runs it with sportsmanship and class. And today, we've seen the top teams show that class here today and the will to not quit and be able to finish all the minutes on the clock.
It was a remarkable effort from all. And of course, don't forget the money raised for the Alzheimer's Foundation of America, the American Cancer Society, the American Red Cross, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and Operation Motorsport. So if you want to support any of those organizations, I'm sure the respective teams running for those causes will be very grateful indeed. Well, from us all here at RaceSpotTV and from the Porsche Club of America, a huge thank you to you for tuning in to watch this PCA 24. On production was Hugo Luis, Dougie Beard, App Engineering and Epidemic Sound with our music, and our commentary team of myself, Ewan O'Leary, Joe Peak, Justin Prince and Lorenzo Bonder. A huge thank you to all involved. But from everyone here at RaceSpotTV, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.